yeah, let's set the tune for today with a nice, relaxing, Glabber soundtrack in the back. I'm sure it will be a nice and peaceful episode, as always, in Rampant DeathWorld. Sounds very peaceful. Landfill farm doing wonders. See the number go up once those guys pop into existence. Number go up, always a good staple of satisfying things. All of the landfill almost is coming from this landfill farming over here, because we don't have stone. All of our stone goes into walls, so this is the only way where we can build walls on the lake and stuff. What is Rampant fixed? Go watch Doshington's video for a really nice one, but in general it's Rampant enemies which have a lot of different factions, like flamethrower biters, laser biters, basically all the weapons you have but more. And just throws them at you continuously instead of just being triggered by pollution. That is the two most important things. Yeah, they also have nukes, by the way. They have all our weapons. Total kill count. Yeah, we've got a new mod. The new mod is basically called kill count, I think. Just to keep in tradition with having only mods that do very self-descriptive things. Kill count displays the kill count. We're up to 2.6 million. Lower than you would expect. I thought it was I thought it was higher than I expected when I installed it. I thought it was somewhere like just over 1 million or something, but apparently 2.6 million. If you look at the traditional kill screen, that's the reason why I didn't install, or why I installed that mod. Every single type and level of biter and worm and nest is listed separately. So there's like a ton of them. Unfortunately, you cannot group these together. I would love to know the kill count of total biters and the total spawners or nests and the total of worms, to have that separated out. I tried editing the mod myself, but I suck, so I couldn't do it. So we have just the total kill count for now, at least. It does, in fact, not. If you look at the kill count here, somewhere near the bottom, I did kill 223 of my own rails. So if the biters kill it, it's called losses. But if I kill it myself, it's called kills. So yeah, the stuff we destroy ourselves. I guess if we find walls. I also accidentally blew up over 300 walls by deploying nukes too close to my base, mostly. But the vast majority of walls, 207,000 and counting. That is 2 million stone of walls right there, which we have lost so far throughout the game, so that is pretty crazy. If we look at turrets, we have lost over 9,000 laser turrets, representing, let's say 10,000 laser turrets representing 150 resources each. 1.5 million resources wasted on laser turrets. Gun turrets are about 50 resources each, flamethrowers about 110, 20, something like that. Do the enemies have railguns? No, fortunately not, but neither do we, because this is not space age. They also don't have artillery, and we hopefully at the end of this stream will have artillery. Look at that landfill farm, and it's going crazy. I have to admit, I did just blow up a couple bases with nukes just to get a nicer opening scene with some extra revenge attacks. Railgun, but yeah, don't give them ideas. I complained about some stuff on the mod page, like the ghosts not getting replaced and some other stuff that was blatantly OP. I already forgot what, but from there it turns out that turret priorities are supposed to be not a thing. This mod was made in Factorio 1.1, which didn't have turret priorities, and for sure did not ignore unlisted targets, which means your turrets are originally supposed to get stuck attacking enemies that they cannot kill, like laser turrets shooting laser biters does nothing. It just occupies your turrets while the other biters get in. And similarly, these gun turrets are supposed to shoot non-stop at any biter that goes in, because it is supposed to be expensive. Well, I would say the defenses are expensive enough. We are literally losing like 300 to 400 laser turrets an hour, about 4,000 to 5,000 walls per hour, etc, etc. And this is in peacetime. When we are not in peacetime, that number goes up considerably. And that's where the real cost comes from. You cannot defend like in Vanilla Factorio, where you basically have minimal losses. You can have almost no losses in Vanilla Factorio if you want to. But that's not gonna work here because of the different types of attacks the biters have. Some zap you from far away before your turrets are even in range. They have area of effect, or upon that they leave behind like a cloud of everything, of like poison that melts absolutely everything in your base. They also like to settle worms so close to your base that they continuously destroy everything, so you'll have to go and take this out manually. And fun fact, this worm cannot be killed by bullets, it cannot be killed by fire, it cannot be killed by poison, it's extremely difficult to kill by explosion with 92% damage resistance. So what leaves that? That leaves you laser, right? But you cannot get close by with personal laser defenses because this poison cloud melts you as well. Fortunately, we've got nukes now, so we have measures to deal with this. Even artillery. Artillery is a combination of physical and explosion damage. They take like 70 damage from an artillery shell, and it cannot be upgraded. And this worm has 2000 hit points. The nests at the moment have 7,500 hit points. That is over 100 artillery shells for taking down a single nest, ignoring the fact that these things heal very fast as well. So yeah, this is when this happens, we have to step in immediately. Unfortunately, if I'm around here in my base, you know, peacefully building furnaces and whatnot, I not really get an alert because I switched it off. This is just going off constantly. We just have to keep an eye on this number here. If this goes above 100, we are in trouble. If the biters are breaking, that's the moral of this playthrough. That was a nuclear biter. If the biters are breaking less than 100 items per 10 seconds, then it's a perfectly normal situation. There is nothing to worry about. As soon as they start breaking like multiple hundreds of items per 10 seconds, then probably something like this is going on. And we need to take action immediately or everything will go. So the only thing I have is this oil alert. We have basically the oil is being pumped throughout the entire wall circularly. So if that connection gets broken, this oil tank here either fills up or depletes, which sets off an alarm. So if it gets under 2k or over 23k, we get this custom alarm. That's the only thing we've got to warn us that something is wrong. I did come prepared for this playthrough, for this episode, with some new blueprints. For instance, we now have the wall blueprint, which is basically a way for me to repair the wall. So yeah, this shouldn't happen normally, but sometimes one of these things does not get replaced, and because of that ghost issue that disappears, and then the connection breaks, obviously. And before I would have to grab my blueprints, like 3 or 4 different ones, and just go over the entire thing to basically force place the blueprint in place. This one has 1 extra row of laser turrets, which we currently don't have. But I got rid of that. We now have the wall. This is my entire current wall. I finally made it because the base has got its final shape. So technically now I should be able to do this. I just grab the walls and I just place this, which should fix any missing ghost item that has gone missing. Let's try that again. Alright, so now, yeah, now we see these ghosts are back here. And the bots should be placing that shortly. Right? Bots? Okay, there it comes. I was too impatient. The chests are far away from the walls for a reason, so they don't get attacked continuously. So basically, that was a lot of work. This is just my existing base, and I painstakingly deleted. Yeah, apparently I saved something here. Oh, that might have been the wrong one. Alright. Okay, I still have it. So this is basically, I deleted everything except for the wall, made sure it was in one piece, and then I put it into a single blueprint, snapped to the grid. Takes a while, there's a lot of stuff in there. The blueprints are quite large. And then you snap to grid, and now it just will lock to the grid. We can also place it here or here or here, but I cannot misplace it, that's the issue. The thing is, these blueprints have a warning attached to them. Memory usage, they use like 23 megabytes of RAM memory each. They're functionally the same, except this one I deleted the rail pieces, which are supposed to detonate the nuclear biters by triggering them to attack them. Because in our actual game, let's go to the actual game. We might even get started, who knows. In the actual game, we have deleted some of these rails because some of the worms have settled too close by. Let's check if this is already going on. Okay, this settlement probably was a reaction to my nuking then. We got some landfill here as well, which we can take. Also, a feature of 2.0, deconstructable landfill. Probably was not supposed to be a thing, intended by the mod maker. We do got some worms like right up on the front, and instead of setting off the delicate balance of peace that we have right now, we just opted to delete the rails wherever there are worms too close by, temporarily. So now I can place this back without rails, instead of accidentally placing it back with rails, which would, trigger all these worms again to continuously attack everything. Alright, so those are the weapons we've got. I did already find out how I want to place my artillery turret, because that was a bunch of work as well. So I made a spacer which connects to this roboport over here, and then we just go back. And if we put this in here, let's go in editor mode. This turret line a little bit hard to see. Yeah, here we got the artillery turret. This is this red shade over here. So it goes out to about here. So that is even the fireworms, which have 48 range, cannot damage the walls. They can still reach this in case of fireworms, but I think all the normal worms, which have a range of 40 tiles. See, this guy has indeed 40 range. It does not reach the rail right here. You can see the worm range in editor mode. So if we destroy bases until this point, none of them should be able to target the rails anymore, except fireworms, but they don't really do too much damage. Let's just see. We got some fireworm over here to display what they do. So these have 48 range. That is really, really far. So those will still be able to target the rails, but the rails are quite fireproof. So hopefully we will be alright. One piece mentioned. Impact damage. By transporting ammo with tank belt. No, the tank belt is for repairs. Let's check this guy out. He's going to find something to repair real soon here. Yeah, these tanks, they have the repair packs. The only repair packs that are available to bots in the base are located in these tanks, which are transported along the front line with certain intervals. Pretty random, to be honest. But what these guys do is basically delay the repairing of stuff, so repairs don't happen mid-attack, because that just loses a ton of bots. We don't have unkillable bots or anything of that matter. So we got like 12 or so of them, I think. They are a little bit irregularly spaced out. I just did it by eye, and the wall shape has changed a bit over time. Artillery worms and railgun spitters. I think they would be worse than nuclear biters. I thought nuclear biters would be the bane of this playthrough, but in fact they are not. They are not even the worst biters. I think the sappers, the lasers, the laser ones are pretty problematic as well, because they cannot be damaged by lasers, which is the main form of instant damage we've got. The gun turrets don't really have the range to outrange these spitters if they choose to attack this wall, for instance. And their attack does this. It basically explodes into laser stuff. And all of those things do area of effect damage everywhere. All those star-like pointers that shoot out from those worms, the spitters do the same. And we are pretty slow to kill them, because they also have a higher fire resistance. They die to fire, but not very easily. So let's just trigger a couple. We'll see it. So here, these guys stay outside of range for a while. The biters are not a problem, but the spitters, they do a lot of damage if they choose to stay outside. We have to wait for flamethrowers to individually target them, basically, to really get to kill them effectively. The early streams, I made a starter base. Let's just go back. Let's just go back all the way. Not all the way. Strategy in a nutshell. You get 20 minutes grace period. So I just burner mined to the max, got as many resources as possible. Then I set up a tiny science base, which researched all red science and military too, including the damage upgrade 1. Then we made a starter base by blueprint. We rushed flamethrower turrets to get our second damage type, and from that we just slowly started expanding the base. So this is my starter base over here. Solar panels, some oil in the corner, triple wall. The fence was a little bit different back then. Even the turret priorities were different. So after the flamethrowers we kinda rushed lasers to get all 3 damage types, which can be automated in vanilla. And from here we basically, with this extra iron patch and this oil, which exactly fits in my starter base, and the starter copper patch, we very carefully not overproduced resources to get our spider. And with a spider, I guess we claimed the uranium before the spider, but you get the point. With the spider we then could claim some more territory with some new iron sources and whatnot, and from there we just slowly expanded. It hasn't been easy. It has definitely not been easy. And after many expansions we now have the final base shape. The starter base is still here. This is the starter base, basically over here. This section actually, this tiny section over here, this is the starter base, and the entire area right now. Can I just get a nice zoom from that over here? This tiny square. I guess it was a little bit higher. So yeah, we expanded quite a bit. Main reason to expand was uranium. We got 1 new source over here of a couple million and 1 new source over here. That has been the main factor why we can now produce nuclear missiles at scale. Even though we don't need them yet, we will need them for the spiders. Currently, that's probably the other saving grace of this playthrough, is these power-up points. 5 minutes of infinite ammo, if by the player, not by spiders or tanks or whatever. You need to use it personally. But infinite ammo includes nukes, so that is infinite nukes for 5 minutes. And usually you get back 1 or more of these coins if you kill a lot of biter bases with those nukes. So this is actually a positive feedback loop where you spend the coin to get more coins. We've got 51 right now. And I think if we go in editor mode again, there is another 83 laying on the ground on the entire map somewhere. So we still can get more of them if we need to. But yeah, this is the final base. We left off last time trying to place a thin strip of landfill around the entire base. Because underground attacks and underwater attacks are also a thing. The biters can choose to go underground, cross the water, I guess underwater, and then materialize onto your turrets, which is a problem. This thin strip of landfill should motivate them to dig up in front of the turrets, which is much nicer for us and much less nice for them. That's what we're currently working on. We need 592 more landfill from our landfill farms to complete that. And then ideally I still want to place a row of laser turrets in the front and in the back, and even the wall in front. If we've got that, I consider the water defense complete as well. I cannot believe I have to say it, but we need to defend the water against underground biters. Not even flying biters or swimming biters. No, underground biters. Anyway, we got sort of that full attack set up on this side already over here. Even we've got an extra row of lasers over here. But yeah, we're aiming to get this before we start stirring up the biters with infinite nukes again. But we've got a lot of things to do. We gotta produce artillery. We haven't produced a single artillery shell yet, although I did have the foresight to continuously produce explosives throughout the entire playthrough, even though I wasn't sure yet back in the day what I was going to be using them for. But I predicted it was either going to be tons of explosive tons of explosive rockets, or tons of nukes, or tons of artillery shells, all which require a lot of explosives. So if we just look at the explosives, we have been producing 1 explosive per second steadily for over 50 hours now. Basically since we put that up, we have been producing explosives continuously and just stashing it into chests. And that is going to come in very handy now. We do have to set up the other things for artillery shells. So let's take a look at what we actually need to do. Artillery shells, they require a radar. I think I need at least a couple thousand artillery shells just to supply all my turrets to get started, next to what we're going to be spending. So we're going to need a couple thousand radars. I think we've got like 1,000 in here, so I probably want to unlock that chest once we get started, so we can produce more of them. The explosives we got, and then there is the explosive cannon shells, which are again more explosives. Plastics, which should be easy, and steel, which we probably need to stash up a little bit more than we're doing right now. We've got new steel production. We've got a new iron patch hooked up with the last expansion, which is already starting to run out again. We still have some edge case iron patches, which we're probably gonna want to hook up as well. But this, in terms of iron, we're not doing great. We have like 200k here. We've got 1 million and another 200k and 4 million. That's about it. This is the only real iron patch we got left. And we only claimed that with the last expansion, so not great. Given that we are going to need to produce several thousand artillery shells, costing several 4,000 explosive cannon shells, so there's several 8,000 of steel per shell. And then the radars are pretty expensive as well. That's 40 iron per shell just from the steel. And then the radars are... they're pretty expensive too, actually. There's 20... like 35? 45? Something like that. Around 40 plates. Mostly iron as well, so these are going to be pretty expensive. We're also going to need a spider army to basically claim the portion of the map that the player cannot go to. We want world peace, which means I cannot go within 20 chunks of the actual edge of the map, which currently is sitting over here. This is the actual generated map, which is now being generated. So if I go here with the player, then this area will get generated. So we can only go this far. The inner red circle is my walk limit. And then the outer area here is going to have to be cleared with spiders. And we're going to have to pay to clear that area with actual nukes. No infinite power-up coins anymore, which is why we last episode have started to produce nuclear missiles here. I think this is about 2,000 of them. It's probably not going to be enough, but it is a start. We've got enough uranium to make more. I think blue chips is currently what is lacking the most, to be honest. And we're going to be spending a lot of blue chips to make spidertrons and equipment as well, I believe. I've got a plan, but yeah, let's see how it comes together. Alright, yeah, the artillery turrets. Forgot about those. I think those require concrete, which we've got, but maybe not enough. I think we require like a couple hundred turrets, so that's maybe 20,000 concrete. We need more iron gears. The entire base, the entire time has been running on this one iron gear assembler here. That is not great, and you can see that it is not great because, yeah, well, these things are continuously being used to, oh, I don't have enough iron gears, let's make some more. So I think we're finally going to want to expand on that. Maybe it's time, 76 hours into the game, to have more than one iron gear assembler, the symbol of Factorio. Anyway, I think we're gonna get started. I've been rambling for too much already. I've got a list of things to do. Let's take a look at the list. Yeah, last time we made 2 spiders, that's not enough. A nice gesture, but it's not going to be sufficient. I want a lot more, but that's not the first priority. I did notice I did something dumb a while ago, which is the new blueprint has put a roboport like straight in the middle of my pump jacks, so my pump jacks here are broken. These 2 are the only ones that are now providing the flamethrowers with ammo, so we're gonna have to fix that. I also need to first I need to apply the wall once without rails. That's gonna mess up uranium mining a little bit. Actually, no, it's not gonna mess up uranium mining. Because uranium is already connected through here anyway, so that's fine. Alright, then I got a list of other things to do, but before I do any of that, I don't need to be in the base to do any of that. So the first thing I gotta do is move myself over to this area and this area over here, respectively, because Rampant likes to send attacks to where the player is currently. So if we're going to be standing near these areas, we're going to be getting more free landfill from our landfill farms instead of just like piecemeal pollution-based attacks over there. So let's do that. Time to get started. Okay, here we go. Now it's for real. Not a speed run, but let's not waste too much time. I think that the first thing we're going to do, we're going to go over here. Try not to zoom too excessively. I think this should be close enough to trigger some of those. Right, let's apply the wall blueprint without the rails, which messes up the uranium mine. So we can just deconstruct the parts of the pipeline that are now obsolete. A new roboport will come in there, so this roboport can then go. Okay. And then second, we want to fix the oil connection we just noticed. Something like that should connect everything again, I think. Yeah, the pipes, we are not having a lot of them on the front since we don't need them. Yeah, now it's connected. We can see it light up everything. So oil is fixed. Here come the proximity-based attacks. So let's move to the other side. So the proximity-based attacks will stop over there. and start over here, hopefully. And that way we can deconstruct this as soon as the ground fire is mostly gone. We can start a process of collecting the 500 or so landfill that we need to complete this area right here. Let's see if they survive. Yeah, they did survive. Okay, I thought it was maybe too early. I've also got some landfill here. There's supposed to be a rail piece there, but currently there is not. We gotta keep an eye on that kill counter. Currently 5 things are getting destroyed. That's really good. Alright. What's more on my list? Let's first put the kill counter in a nicer place. Here comes a proximity-based attack on this side. When is the new 1000X video coming out? It's probably... I tried to release them at 2-week intervals, but the episodes have been getting quite a bit longer. So it has been upgraded or downgraded, depending how you look at it, to 3-week intervals mostly. Right, my list. Yeah, restart. We need to restart a bunch of production. I switched off flamethrower production at some point, just by hooking it up to a red wire, so let's unhook that. That brings flamethrower production back up to par. More gun turrets. Let's actually let the bots take out some. I want a large stash of things. I think laser turret production, yeah, still is going strong. Bot production is good as well. Right. I think we gotta move again. It's pretty annoying, but gotta do it. That is 48 landfill. 46, that's a stack of landfill right there. Over a stack of landfill. So that goes from 5 to 400 now. And we got landfill on this side as well. It's another half a stack or so. That way we'll slowly keep grinding away at it. That's the plan. Some more landfill over here. Let's check all the corners. That's about it. Right? Let me just check mark my own list here. Go to landfill farm, check. Force the wall blueprint, check. Bomb check, yes. They restarted. Flamethrowers and gun turrets. I think for the offensive spider team, I'm going to have a lot of spiders. They need to defend themselves, so I can give them personal laser defenses and rockets to shoot. The thing is though, explosive rockets, they used to be the goat, but now they just collateral damage the spiders themselves. So I cannot use these in a group of spiders, so we'll have to use these ones, which only do damage to the target directly. So let's just unlock this production as well. Don't know exactly how many I'm gonna need. These are fairly cheap though. 2 iron and 1 explosive is not super expensive. So let's go for 16,000 then, I suppose. That's a check. I also noticed that we are producing more uranium than we can handle. This belt is backing up over here. There's not a lot, but it is backing up. So in order to keep uranium centrifuging going, it means all of these are busy all the time. It's pretty good, all this overx enrichment stuff is going. So let's just put a guess we can just use a green chest for the green stuff. Maybe we should use green inserters as well. I don't have green inserters though. Let's just use blue inserters for now. We'll make sure to let the uranium-235 pass. Yeah? That should solve that a bit. Maybe we can do it a little bit more. Don't know if that's needed. We have all that stuff. Okay, 200 landfill left to go. No attack has come in just yet. These guys kind of don't know what to do. Nuclear biter level 10. 500 hit points. Massive fire resistance, so they don't die to the flamethrower fire. We have to take them out with lasers basically. The gun turrets allow them to get too close. But so far so good. Alright, and then the steel belt. We need to chest the entire steel belt after we connected the new iron mine not so long ago. So this is why I don't have repair packs. The bots would just continuously die hovering over the thing to repair. Okay, so steel chest. I guess we'll do something like that. Maybe a little bit more. If I do have all these chests, I don't. Okay, let's make some. I think it's time to move back south again, so we can pick up this landfill. Yeah, that's good. Excellent. Divide yourself over those two bridges for maximum efficiency. Great stuff. Let's move again to the other side, so that we hopefully can pick this up now. Okay, and the next loot is already coming in. Alright. What else? Alright, I wanted to add extra lasers to a weak corner, not this one. So we're going back up again. I could patrol all the time, but I think I would spend too much time away from the walls. So before my... this area is under so heavy attack and they melt through this wall so often that I also want turret coverage just between the walls right here. So I'm going to just manually place extra turrets here, I suppose. I don't want to alter the existing turrets because I have the wall blueprint. Like this. That exactly covers to there. So now we're going to need a little bit more landfill again, I suppose. Let's put these chests in a chest, so the bots can have some more chests, so they actually can make chests we just made. Let's see if it's working. Let's first do the important thing. Grab the landfill. Another giant attack coming in. But these are supposed to be the end game bosses, and they are pretty nasty. Especially when they come underground, they zap everything. Okay, let's see if our blueprint works here. So this happens sometimes. Ghosts get deleted and not put back in place. That is why we did this. And if I click this, shift click it, it should put back everything, and it does look like I did not fix my... I did not fix this correctly, because this turret still didn't exist. Alright. Anyway. That is what you get if you don't test your stuff out properly before. Right. We need more steel production for the artillery shells. We're gonna need like tens of thousands of steel. So I'm just gonna put back my steel furnaces. It used to be a full steel smeltery here, but I needed more iron back in the day. So I put the iron bell there instead, deleting the furnaces. I think it's just time to put them back. I think it should just work like this. There comes all the bots picking up iron. Beautiful. There comes the steel. And the modules, and we have steel again. Saying I want to be using all of my iron, really. So this is like 1.5 red belt worth of iron. 2 times 36 furnaces. I think we're gonna upgrade that to 4 times 24, the usual style, I suppose. Let's just copy this. 24 furnaces wide then. We'll place it. Substation is not symmetric. I guess then we'll have to do it like this. That is not in row or range. Yeah, it's so nice to have bots and to use them like a normal person. What is this? And is that here as well? Oh, it is here as well. Oh, that was the iron side loader thing. No attacks just yet on either side, so that happens kinda in waves. You're taking the wrong route. Come back. Come back here, this way. Oh well. Yeah, alright. Good job, good job. Here's the this is the laser splitter. It takes a long time to kill them. They do a lot of damage. Unfortunately, the repair tank here. Okay, we got a problem. Time for the first save. Laser problem. Let's look what's going on. Looks like more worms have settled here, and these are in range of the walls. I already deleted the rails here. Looks like they settled even more worms, and now they can reach the walls. I either need to delete my wall. See if that would work. Can they reach this? So the collateral damage destroys the walls as well. It's outside of the laser worm's range though. So we could temporarily delete one wall. I don't think that wall does much good against these types of biters anyway. Although nuclear biters could just come in as well. That kinda would suck. Or I just go and take them out. The problem is if I use my wall blueprint now, that is of course just gonna go back. Which resumes the problem. So maybe I should be taking them out. Let's examine the rest of the front. Like so far, nowhere else we're having the same problem. I don't mind the biter bases being close to the wall, but the worms they continuously destroy everything. So that's a problem. I think the most peaceful option is just to retreat, and then just to remember to try to remember to delete these ghosts before the bots place them if we ever use that wall blueprint again. It's just continuous. Every time get some shots off, which destroys some new walls, etc, etc. It's not as bad. This will decimate the repair bots though from the tank. Each of those bots will be carrying 4 repair packs. Let's just see how bad it is actually. We can go in editor mode here. quick to speed up the tank. Just go over there. I want to see what it does. If I think that's going to just delete everything in the tank. So we got 380 repair packs left. I think a lot of bots are dying. And 3 bots are dying. Okay, the tank has lost all of its bots. And a lot of repair packs as well. It was carrying, I guess, 100 repair packs. Those have been lost. So unfortunately we don't lose all of them because we run out of bots before we run out of repair packs. So that's bad damage. We don't have to not make that man. Voice is going in and out. Got some danger from these guys now. Test. That make. Okay. got a new cable. If the problem still persists, you won't hear me, so I'll type something in chat. I'm back. Is voice back? Maybe I should continue speaking if I want to test that. Very silent. Very quiet. Yes. This not. Okay, 1 second. I think the maybe something is wrong with the software. I'll restart that as well. Actually, I don't have audio on my headphones now. It's a game sound. This is not working. Thank you, Windows. Alright. If it is not fixed now, I don't know what else I can do. I think it's not the cable. I think my physical USB port in the laptop is kinda F. We're good, we're good, we're good. Alright, we have voice, we have game sound, and we have a laser problem. A laser problem. Let's go fix the laser problem then. I think we were trying to fix the laser problem by lasering these walls out of existence. Something like that. And then these laser worms should not be able to laser my walls anymore. for the time being. Yeah, refresh stream if you haven't done that yet. I tried refreshing everything as well on my side, and after much ado, it worked. Hopefully it stays working. But I guess we'll find out in due time. Kinda lost my train of thought. That's because I don't build trains. I do use rails. Nobody can say I don't build rails in my playthroughs. They're a little bit more disconnected from each other than they usually would be, but I definitely have a lot of rails. Alright, so if these biters would be so kind to temporarily stop attacking us, I can harvest the landfill here. And in the meantime, they're gonna come up here, which is fine. Let me check my list. We were doing stuff. Oh yeah, we were doing more steel. We cannot possibly do more steel now, because we need to watch how these biters are getting turned into my base. They're literally turning these biters into my base. One biter at a time. Alright, so we were doing something over here. We don't have enough modules. I think we can fix that by basically just grabbing all of this. We are making this into a normal setup, which is 24 furnaces long instead of 36. I guess I used 36 because it was the amount that fitted right there. Let's grab the landfill before the next ones come. Still 100 items left to go. Having to do everything from remote view kinda sucks. I guess now we have 24 furnaces in a line, which means we can downgrade to yellow belts as well. Let's do it from here. Red belts are expensive. These as well. And then we just need to grab more yellow belts out of here. This is how you make a normal turn. That goes in there. Then we have up to 4 belts worth of iron going into steel for all the artillery shells we will need to make. And the artillery turrets as well. All of those cost a lot of steel. Okay, let's just wait here, I suppose. Next group is already forming. I hope they come this way. It looks like they're going around. Oh, well. Okay. So I did build steel again. I think we also need to prioritizing stuff now. I am not. This is neutral, this is good. So since we are doing mass steel production now over here, I think here we should be prioritizing for iron to go to the base, since this is now the only iron we've got. So iron is being made on this side with steel as a backup, and here we're just making steel. Which means we need to prioritize steel, which comes from this side as well. Which we're already doing. Okay, so that's good. So I think that's all we need to do in terms of resource balancing. So yeah, this is going to be a full belt of iron again. Ish. I think we're stealing some for repair packs and sulfuric acid still. So how is this doing now? I think we are still losing oil. Okay, we are no longer missing items for construction. That means that this landfill bridge is complete now. So that is good. That might be the last piece that just got placed. What is the state of the run? Basically end game. We're going to be preparing artillery to keep our walls clean, not our hands this time. And when that is done, I think we are ready to start nuking. We're ready for Project World Peace, I think probably potentially in the next stream already, if we manage to get artillery up properly. Just need to continuously check my walls and check the landfill farms. Those things cannot really be automated. Alright, I think the next step is adding laser turrets. So let's just, I guess, place an entire strip of landfill in front now. And that's going to rack up the missing landfill counter again. Here, I think the rest, this is complete. And this is complete. Okay, so now I'm missing again 1.5k landfill. Minus 2144 pieces. You know how that works. Some of them bring it to the buffer chest, which requests landfill, and others just go straight to construction. It's a little bit weird. Oh well. There's a normal small biter roaming around. I don't know if, I think they are used to make expansions or whatever. We did kill a bunch of small biters actually. Alright, here comes the next landfill batch. Good to know. I did add the extra lasers. Alright, so I think we're ready to start preparing for artillery production now. I fixed all of the stuff that was severely wrong with the base. Okay, that survived. We need to religiously keep grabbing all of that, man. So every new attack makes the maximum amount of landfill. We don't have too much fire here. I think it's safe to just deconstruct immediately. Maybe not entirely safe. We're losing more things than I would like. I don't think it's a worm though, so it's just normal stuff getting annihilated. Alright then. We should probably be producing more walls as well. Let's also bring it this way. I guess it doesn't really matter which way it goes. We got another chest of walls right here. Which maybe we just want to add to the network as well. Make it a buffer chest. 1.4k landfill remaining. Wave of attack has stopped. Alright, so walls, we have upgraded capacity. Rails, I think, should be alright. We got 8k rails, that's probably going to be good. We're losing about 1k rails per hour. Bots, 400 bots. Let's check bots. 7k bots in the network and a full chest of backup. I think that's alright as well. Laser turrets, I don't think we can do too much about that. We have green chip problems already with the 2 assemblers that we have. I guess it's because we're making a lot of blue chips as well for the nukes. These are not cheap. 2000 nukes is 20,000 processing units right there. I love these landfill farms, man. I can watch them all day. Unfortunately, we got a base to build. They're getting like 100 landfill at a time. It's not super fast. But it's not super slow, you know. Could be worse. I think we have to go back again. I think the north farm is a lot safer to deconstruct the landfill from than the south is, really. You're right, color purple. What is the deal with the purple stuff, man? I have missed that. How many bytes have we killed? About 2.6 million, according to this counter mod right here. Alright. So artillery turrets require concrete. So I guess... let's get some more in reserve. I hope we have enough iron ore. 750 in the logistics network. That sounds like enough. About 7,500. Yeah, that probably will do. Iron gears. Like I said, the entire base runs off of 1 iron gear. It is kind of funny that the entire base runs off of 1 iron gear assembler. We could make it 2 by... no, this light could be here, and then we could actually switch these around. The steel chest goes down here, and the provider chest can go up here. I want 1 for personal use. Yes, then we can make one more over here. Can we upgrade these guys? Would be nice. Cannot go away. Got 24 Mark II productivity modules. Should I just do this? Place that on there. And then delete this. Wait, we need to put the modules in there as well. Or the bots won't have access to them. Okay, something is wrong. We are losing way too much stuff. Okay, I see what's going on. Okay, we got another problem. Next one problem. I don't think that one is salvageable by retreating the walls. They can reach the turrets, that's the problem. Okay, I hope that hasn't been going on for too long. It has been going on for 2.5 minutes and we have lost like... looks like over 100 laser turrets already to these worms. Specifically. And a ton of bots apparently. That is kind of painful. I think we can just go there and take out the worms with a spider. It's not too far out of range. So yeah, we have to, the only way we can notice is just manually seeing that this number is larger than 100 instead of under 100. I now notice because it said we were missing construction bots, which means all of these tanks, construction bots, have gotten sniped trying to repair the wall here. Alright. Let's go. Run, spider. We got explosive rockets in the spider. I think that's alright. We can probably snipe these worms in the front like that. Alright, they did slow me down a lot, but that's okay. Now that we're here, let's also try sniping some of the worms that are a little further out. Hopefully not setting ourselves on fire too much. Okay, I don't have a problem with the nests again. The problem that I have is with the worms. And maybe I don't like the nest either. Alright, that does it. For the wall problem. That should fix the wall again there. Now we can go back to our farming spot. It's probably about time I did a rebase of the wall without rails. Apparently there's a pipe in the way. I don't know where that could be. Might be here. Ah, I see. There's a pipe in the way here. Alright, that's dangerous. Let's connect this here then. Oh yes, okay. This is a remnant. Sure, that can stay then. Number is under 100 again. It should be alright. Mostly walls and rails. So that looks normal. Alright. Right, we are taking in all the steel and we are stashing it for now. That's good. How is the ammo belt doing? Okay, ammo belt is going. 43k ammo on the belt. I think this ammo belt should be backing up at some point. Maybe not. Maybe we are using a lot more ammo than I thought. Okay, it's backed up all the way to here. Halfway around the map. Again, over 100 kills. There might be a settle wave going on. Map looks normal. I think these attacks are particularly devastating. I think there's a very painful combination of fighters there. So maybe I should spend most of my time. Can I like fine-tune it? So maybe if I'm standing over here, where I'm triggering attacks from these guys, but not from these guys or something. Because these are doing a lot of damage here. We'll have to see. I don't think I'm far enough. I don't know. This is, if I'm standing on one side, it's far enough away. Maybe I have to look when those biters stop moving. So these have stopped moving now. These have stopped moving kind of. If I move one chunk closer by. These are all moving. Okay, now these are all moving as well. But these are not. Let's go one chunk over. Maybe this should be my farming spot then. Kind of. Well, let's try this. If we don't get new landfill, we'll resume back to the old methods. Let's retreat the rails there as well. Oh god, we are getting like pummeled. There's nuclear biters here, so I don't really want to take out too many of the rails. There's a ton of worms as well. We might have to just do a clean sweep of the wall before we are ready. Okay, we could use those two spiders. Let's do that. We'll request some rockets to these guys. And then we can remotely control them. And maybe just snipe some of those worms with remotely driven spiders. Okay, the taking away the rails did help though. I just want a period where I can just focus on building a bit. Does not seem to happen. We have some landfill here as well. I got the same here. There's a lot of nuclear biters in that area. I don't really like taking the rails away. That might cause the nuclear biters to blow a hole in my base instead of blowing up 2 rail pieces or whatever. It does not seem to be working if we're standing this far away. It's not a significant sample size, but let's just go stand here again. It was working very well when we were standing like right next to these biters all the time. Oh yeah, I forgot about those. Those got repasted with the wall blueprint. Okay, I made a lot of errors. Hopefully that won't bite me in the behind too much. Okay, I think maybe my chat windows are now not updating anymore after the restart. Just retry that. Okay, I do show up now. Yeah, sometimes that happens too after one of those hiccups that the chat windows stop updating. Sometimes just nobody's chatting, that's fine too. Obviously. Not sure what to do now. Don't really want to, like... We're gonna try... I don't want to start an all-out war between biter settlements, new ones everywhere. So I think we're just gonna try to hold on until we actually have artillery turrets. So if I do want artillery turrets, let's, I guess, design artillery turrets. I think we first need to design the shells. Got to do one thing which was on the list. I think something is wrong with oil versus coal liquefaction. I don't have enough oil processing plants, that's the short story. I'm just going to always enable some of the coal liquefaction plants, and some of them are switched off by control behavior. Because these 4 things are not producing enough petroleum gas to keep this filled up, I suppose. It does look like one chest here is plenty. Okay, let's just deconstruct that. Don't really want to logistic bot that one. Okay, we're back down to 30 things getting destroyed. That's good. I still don't really like this. Yeah, oil, we are running out of oil as well. So maybe we do gotta clear the walls. I don't know. It is quiet now. Let's not clear the walls. Okay, artillery. Let's switch on logistics requests so the bots will bring us some stuff. Maybe I just want another robot like out here or something. Do this myself. Not a robot, but that's fine. Okay. Artillery shell. 15 seconds crafting time. Forgot to make more radars, didn't I? I did forget to make more radars. Yes. We'll make them then as we make the shells. It's too late now. 15 second crafting time. 0.05 per second. So that is 3 a minute for one assembler. Yeah. That's 20 seconds crafting time. So 3 per minute for one assembler. If we need like a couple thousand. I think the amount of artillery turrets in our base is somewhere between 300 and 400, if I remember correctly from my test. Actually, I made a blueprint of that. I can check that. This is my secret artillery blueprint. 333 turrets. Alright. Should have been able to remember that. Each turret is gonna get like 5 shells. Or 6. So it's like 2000 artillery shells. So 2000 artillery shells divided by 3 per minute is 666 minutes, or that's 11 hours. So 11 hours. So if I build like 8 of these or something, it should be 1.5 hours. If they continuously get stuff, which is questionable at best, but we can try. Okay, so 8. 8 is good. I think we can build 2 of them and feed that with one explosive cannon shell, right? Yeah, explosive cannon shell. These are 8 seconds, I believe. So 8 seconds, 15 seconds. It's slightly too slow, but good enough. Something like that. I guess we're just going to use requested chests. I don't really want to set a request on those just yet. Right, so I do need to go like right outside of the territory here. Okay, 5, 5, and 5. Let's do it a bit more to account for logistics ports availability. Plastics. We need to check the plastics if that's going to be sufficient, but that should be fairly easy. And then these just need to request explosives and radars. Kinda like this pattern. So no shells. I guess one radar will... That's not enough. Maybe it is enough actually. These have a long crafting time. And then the artillery shells stack to 1. Don't even know what to use for this. Maybe just storage chests. With artillery shell filter. So that can house 80, 120, 240 shells. Times 8 is 2000 shells in these storage chests if we do that. We should get a reading of what we are missing. 7 assemblers and 42 storage chests, alright. Let's just get a little bit more steel. Don't want to walk back to the base because we want to keep farming the landfill. Still missing 940 pieces. Now we're going to be missing less than 800 pieces. I'm pretty sure. 30 things are breaking, okay. Finally good. Let's make a regular save before something goes wrong this time. Almost in time, but not quite. To catch the nuclear explosion. Yeah, okay, let's wait on that. Those guys are looking dangerous. Alright. So let's just pick this up. And I want to build this. We need a better design. Let's just build it 2 tiles apart. Not entirely sure how I want to fit this. Robot is a little bit in the way if I do it like such. I think we're just gonna force them together. It fits better. Alright. That sound should go away. If it is a regular thing that got busted. If the sound persists, we might be in trouble. If sound persists, let's paste the wall without the rails and then quickly get these walls out of there. I think that's the only wall we retracted. That should fix whatever section was missing. And the alert should soon go away. There we go. Alright, so basically we want something like this then. Can it fit now? Now we can fit it right here. That looks alright. Alright, so that should start artillery shell production, at least. I think we need to make 25 more of these. So let me switch off my own roboport so the bots can take this away. And rebuild it at the base where it needs to be. And then maybe... Oh, look at that. There's one of those power-up coins laying on the ground. I just picked it up by walking over it. I haven't gone as far as to actually just find all the coins that are just scattered on the ground everywhere. Should we request from buffer chests? Oh, the raiders. I think the raiders are in provider chests. Explosives are in provider chests. We do have some explosives in buffer chests actually. But let's reserve those for making more nukes. Nukes are pretty far done really. Need some of these in there. Thanks, Oust. I'm probably butchered that for the 7 months of subscriptions. How many drones? We got 2,000 logistics and up to 7,000 construction bots if they happen to fit. Kinda varies a little bit. But they are automatically replenished. At least the construction bots are. Those are the ones getting destroyed. Yeah, we have lost 0 logistics bots and we are losing construction bots by the large amounts. Actually, that is... Again, well, stuff of the base has gone missing, suspiciously so. So I guess we'll do this again. Oh, we need to really fast. Before those get in range again. That should fix the holes. Okay, there's a ton of nuclear biters in here without there being actual nuclear nests, so that's kind of weird. You can recognize them by their green glow. I think I gotta get out of there. One of my fears is the nuclear biters just blowing up and turning the landfill into undeconstructible nuclear scorched ground. That is the reason this wall doesn't continue. Okay, we're no longer missing chests. That means artillery shell production is indeed on the way. That's nice. It's 4 shells to the... I did it the wrong way around, didn't I? Yeah, it's 4 shells to the... No. Well, looks like these guys are getting an upgrade. Because we are rich. We can do that. Might just also put some speed modules in there then. Okay. Looks like that one is gonna be a little bit longer. If they are going onto the left bridge, we can deconstruct the right one. Okay, they just survived. Kind of. Right in time for the next one. Yeah, I did it the wrong way around. Yes, these have half the crafting time of the artillery shells, but we need 4 of them. So actually we need 2 of these for one of those. Well, we'll live with the design of shame, I suppose. We can actually get these to like 3 times the crafting speed of these if we just put Mark 1 speed modules in there. So we can do that as soon as they're upgraded. I don't know if we actually have speed modules available still. About 60. Alright, that's not too many. Got those. I'm not gonna request productivity modules because we're gonna be producing more of those. Since those will be used for science, I don't want more of those at the moment. Why are we losing 200 things again? I've been so nice to the biters. Is it just this? Might be just this. Holy smokes, that's a lot of damage. It is just the walls continuously getting destroyed from those poison biters. Maybe this has to be further away from this area. Where is it now? It's over here. Does number go down again? That's the question. Let's first check the rest of the wall. Just so many biters the game throws at you, man. It's too many. The rest of the wall looks okay. So maybe I should be farming mostly on the south side instead of standing here. I like this. We don't get a lot of damage over here, but we're getting so much damage over here. Look at all these corpses, man. It would help if the walls got replaced a lot slower, I suppose. So maybe we move these chests over to over here or something, instead of having them as close by as this. So maybe all the way back here would help as well. There are no bots in here, so these bots first have to come back and then put it back there. I think that'll be alright. That's probably our best bet. So first, I guess... Can I do this? And then we'll copy 2 of these chests to... maybe one all the way back here. Maybe one all the way back here. And we got one over there, so I guess that's close by enough. We do want a lot of stuff available though. Let's do 2 chests there. Let's do 1 chest there. I can do this myself, at least. This one. I was kinda hoping that would do something more. I'm gonna go down to the other side for now. These guys seem to do less damage to the wall in the section next to that area, at least. But I guess I should be glad that it was not another set of worm snipers that did 200 items of damage in 10 seconds. Question mark. We'll try that. I don't know what's going on. I think one tank is out of repair packs and that causes the amount of stuff missing counter to disappear. These chests should get drawn empty pretty soon. There's enough stuff in there now. Is that logistics bots? This logistics bots, alright. Looks like those were the last ones. Let's just deconstruct this. And hope that that does better for us. Live without the roboport overlay for now. Alright, so artillery shells are going. Now we gotta make the artillery turrets. We are missing speed modules. Yes, we're throwing speed modules on the floor. That is bad. Alright. Artillery turrets. Same story, I suppose. Just start with one. They take 40 seconds to craft. So basically 1 per minute. We need 333. Divided by 53. But that's not how that works. Basically, let's say 300 minutes. So 4 assemblers would make that in 75 minutes. We need the artillery turrets before all the shells are ready, because we need to build the infrastructure still. So let's try and design something nice. I guess use a buffer chest in the center. Can do just something like this. Where let's use stack size 1 for these. where this thing just requests back all artillery turrets. I think I want individual request chests though. Even though it takes like a minute to craft, it still needs to insert over 1 steel per second and some over 1 concrete a second. It's 2, 25, 3.5 items per second, which is going to be used here. Should be doable by a fast inserter actually. We got stack size 3 now. This just requests 1 set. I guess that's fine. We can do some windmill stuff. I guess this does not align properly because we got a two tile center. That is annoying. Can build it on the side, or perhaps we can offset this. That way it would fit symmetrically. Don't like how that looks though. Maybe the other way. Just Control Z until it looks like it did before. I don't like this, I am German. Alright. Fine. I was thinking about it for a second as well there. I do still want something which is rotationally symmetric though, so maybe... I think every time we hear that, we just paste back the blueprint and quickly delete the wall until we've got something better. Alright, so what if we do something like this, where it's still gonna look the same, isn't it? It has to be something like this then. You can put the requester chest in the middle. That way it looks less like the symbol. That is better then, right? You can use some lights to glow it up. Right, I think that's better. It is, or still, it's still not symmetric. Alright. This is very important, right? We cannot have artillery in the base if these assemblers don't look nice. Okay, let's just try again. From scratch. I guess we'll just do this. Right. We'll just keep him in the middle. And that's it. And then we'll paste them off to the side. I think where the nuclear plant is. There we go. That's gonna make artillery turrets. Now they're missing stuff. Like an assembler. And 4 lights. That should take care of that. We probably should be collecting landfill again. Okay, wasn't planning for... Yikes, those guys to fly over there. Not sure if we're taking less damage now, but at least we're not losing 200 things at a time. Holy smokes, there's a lot of landfill here. The fire though, the fire is a bit scary. Bots are not fireproof. Right, they made it. Oh, wait a second. Control Z, the best button in the game. Right, looks like maybe I want to go this way again a bit. Bad timing again. No casualties though. Except here, look at all this damage, man. Holy smokes. I guess normal, flamethrowers and pipes got destroyed, so that alarm will go away again. So how do they make that much damage here? They just overwhelm? Yeah, they just overwhelm. Holy smokes. That's a lot of damage. Right. More walls retreating. Oh, okay, I'm not sure we can hold this until we have artillery, man. Like this stuff, I think this is landfill, but it got turned into nuclear scorch mark ground. Now it's no longer landfill. Ooh. Right, also the rails have to go, obviously. Probably here as well. We are retreating ever more. We are no longer missing landfill though. Yeah, we are starting to amass landfill actually. I suppose that's good. I think we'll stay down here for a bit. And that is just too heavy damage right there. We lost like 400 turrets, 350 turrets the last hour. Okay, we're producing more though, although production has stopped to nothing. I guess we're requesting steel for the artillery shells now and the artillery turrets now. So 300 turrets times 60 steel is 18,000 steel. Guess we have run out of steel already. Okay. So what do we do next then? I think we need more iron, but we don't have more iron, except we have a little bit more iron. Kinda think we should clear the walls, man. I don't know. Oh, it's probably better to not have the first wall here with this specific configuration of laser biters in here. To be honest, so maybe we'll keep it still. As long as things are not completely out of control, we'll keep it. Again, I see numbers in the hundreds, so I'm a little scared. Gotta wait for the fire there. We can finally add laser turrets to the front now of our defenses on the water. Not super useful right now, but once the underground attacks start coming in, I think those are going to be very useful. And we got one more line out here. Yeah, I think the next we need something like this, I suppose, for the corner. Yeah, and then the next little bit is going to be the wall. So add more landfill. Again, I see numbers in the hundreds. Something is not right here. Okay, that's officially it. They have gone too far. Here's my spider. Do we do a coin? I think we do a coin. Okay, I might want to not do this. Coin, nuke, clear walls. Eat a coin. Nukes in the launcher. It is time for these guys to go. They have been on my walls long enough. That might... The reason I don't want to do that is it might trigger another giant wave of revenge. I can just perfectly walk under my fire arc right there without issue. So now that we got that coin, we're gonna try to get rid of some other bases as well, I suppose. Like these guys, not really a problem actually, let's just leave them. There's no worm there. If there's no worm, there is no problem. I think we're gonna zap him anyway. Hopefully without zapping my own wall. These guys are way too close as well. Yikes! Okay. It's good that there was a hole in the wall. Alright, so now we're getting the underground attacks in. Those can cross the water. I have a bad feeling about this. We already got an underground attack right here. Looks like it's working though. They do spawn in the turrets a little bit. But we get more landfill out of it as well. That's gonna cause a lot of revenge attacks. And revenge settlements. On the other hand, our production is up. So there's not too much more we can do at the moment to speed up the artillery turret creation. So maybe it's a good idea to do this. I don't know. I think it's a bad idea. We'll see how it goes. Okay, there's no worms on the front here. We'll skip that. Stop standing by the upper wall. Ooh, what the? They do tend to get that super speed stuff every once in a while. I saw some ghost rails. I should delete those. Let's try to snipe this one. It's one base, the Sapper base. Yeah, alright, nice. Those. Now I'm unhinged. Unleashed. These are far enough away. I know this might do more damage than just, you know, retreating and beating as it goes, but we have a chance now to actually get rid of at least a couple of those. Poison juggernaut guys. Maybe a little bit risky. Okay, let's get out of here. And try to focus the revenge attacks on the other side. Now we'll have to keep a close eye on the revenge settlement parties though. If they happen, they will happen a lot and very fast. We'll go stand down here. Hopefully that focuses some of the revenge attacks away. We didn't get a new coin this time. Yeah, let's stand over here as close by as we can get, I suppose. Okay, let's just check the walls real quick. Okay, I don't see any revenge settlements yet. These are fine there. Yes, it does help for landfill farming that we're sending a bunch more attacks our way. Okay, we'll save that. Post nuke. So I guess the bottlenecks now are iron and steel. Mainly steel. I have never... I'm so dumb. I've never checked if this was actually connected, I was gonna say. And indeed it was not. I think that is why steel production has been bad. Oh well. I suppose we can sacrifice our last chest of steel, but I think we need a new nuclear reactor as well before we... before we really set off on the artillery and infinite nuke adventure. Okay, we did get rid of a lot of those dark green bases here. That is good. Hopefully that'll limit the damage on this wall a bit, so I can farm on this side again without losing tons and tons of stuff all the time. Only missing 69 landfill. I don't think I did the entire thing though. I think we got distracted a bit by attackers. That was underground. Guess we got even more landfill farm out of that then. I did survive somehow. Guess that's good. Look at this. I think we should be alright to place back the full wall with rails then. Acid pool is in the way, alright, fine. Don't kill my bolts. Okay. Why you choose to fly like that? I guess they're going straight for the construction sites here. Looks like they'll make it. Okay. Not great. Oh yeah, those revenge attacks are great for the landfilling business. That's for sure. What is that with the trickle? Okay, underground attack. Okay, we'll take a look at that. Underground attack is coming in as well. So they might materialize upper here. Ooh, together with these guys, that's not good. Right, they didn't materialize quite as far in front as I would have liked, to be honest. It does help that the chests are further away now. They just got straight in there. I should probably not be standing here at this very moment. Do we save scum that? Kinda want to. Okay, well, we won't. We won't save scum that. But I want to see if I could have prevented it. I can prevent it, I know I can. Maybe I will save scum it, because no, I just did it for looks. You can just place a turret. And that will force them to materialize. That does a lot less damage. Yeah. Nobody saw that. We'll keep that. I'll go to the other side. Real quick. We're gonna need all those materials, man. I'll quickly uniformize this ridge formation here. So it's consistent with the rest. Okay. Looking good. That means the entire wall can be placed as soon as that's out. We have no more missing stuff. So we can also do the back lasers then. And I think if we got one row of these up, that should do it for defenses. Another 800 landfill, probably more. Another underground attack. Only 43 biters, that's not too many. So I want to check again for any problematic worms. So far, don't see any. Okay. That's good, I guess. Let's go back to our favorite location. Okay, so that does not contain a lot of those juggernaut biters. I don't think there's any in there. Yeah, that's way better. Get the poison cloud out there. Here we've got a lot of them. Let's see how far they get in now. Oh, we got a repair tank here. That's not great. This tank is out of bots, I think. This should be the same as it was before. I think they have a lot of trouble getting on the bridge. We do need a lot of DPS. They're like mini demolishers at this point with this giant healing cloud. Alright, 1k landfill and then we're done with the landfill farming at least for a while. Oh, I forgot entirely about this part, I suppose. We'll do that in one go then. $1.5k landfill-ish and we'll be done with the landfill farming. How is it going with turret production? I think we should put some limits on that. 400 shells have been produced. Yes, this is now producing at 75% speed, I suppose. Are we keeping up with plastics? I never checked plastics. It does look like we're okay for plastics. Turrets are going as well. How is the iron gear business doing? Yes, the iron gear business is diminishing at the moment. Nothing is there. Right. So this entire iron mine is running. Seems. Except this part because the belt is too slow. Same here. I want to maximize iron production next because that's going to be the limiting factor for getting stuff done. 4 million left out of the 4.9 million. This thing is not going at all because that's priority output to the right then. So that these mines start producing for steel. There's not a lot left, 900k and a little bit here. I suppose. We can do this. input priority from the rich mine. There is... Okay, this is old stone. Let's just deconstruct all mining drills because we're gonna need some. This is the worst iron patch. 16 drills remaining. That's 4 bells. It's less than 1 at the moment. Copper is not out of anything. I almost want to reduce the amount of bots that are in the tank. So I lose less bots and less repair packs at a time. I think I'll do that. Let's reduce it to 10. This is just like decision on a whim. But at least it'll take some time for the logistics bots to replenish the 10 repair bots per tank. So in case we do lose a lot of bots and a lot of repair packs with that in one of the tanks, it's going to be limited to 10. Instead of 25 and 100 repair packs at a time. So I hope that is worth it. Alright, that's all of them. Something is wrong. No, nothing is wrong. $53 is another more than a stack again. Okay. 100 things are getting destroyed again. Something is not. Where? Here? Underground attack or what? It must have been an underground attack again. Okay, there's nothing in my base at least. We might still be feeling the aftermath of the nuke party we did earlier. Okay, back to save scum. Stream on black. Stream is good again. Yeah, they keep mutating. It also doesn't really help to take them out because they'll just settle new nests of the same type in the same areas. So it is a little bit questionable how effective all of that is. I just really... Some stuff's going on here. Let's start retreating. The rails in areas where it looks like settlements are happening. There's again a giant juggernaut nest there as well. I may have over nuked a little bit. Okay, nothing excessive though. It must just be an increased amount of revenge attacks that we're getting right now. So let's not think anything of it and continue. We were doing iron stuff. Alright. We have 2 iron patches on the walls, right? So this is actually our old iron patch from our starter base, which we abandoned and later kind of reclaimed, but not really. But we can try to mine it out a little bit. Let's go over here. We'll copy an actual mine. I lost the iron again. Okay, over here. 200k, it's not a lot. But it is something. Okay, that's all the iron that's all the iron there is, basically. That's the richest part. I guess we should actually do it to the back a little bit. We must not block the tanks. So that's basically all I can do. We cannot really mine the iron underneath the tank belt. But that should be some, at least. Can technically maybe just plop that in here. Not be too bad of an idea. So that's actually not too far to go. Guess let's flip that around then. Okay, only 30 things are getting destroyed at the moment, which is good. Alright, it's not a lot, but it's 11 drills which are producing. We got another piece of iron like right here. This is a lot bigger. Let's take out the raiders first of all. I think that is the first point where some of these mining drills are gonna come in. Yeah, that looks like a decent configuration. Okay, that doesn't quite fit. It is a little bit tricky. I suppose. Guess we'll do it different. We'll just do it around the substations here. And whatever needs to be done in the middle. $16. It's more than... I think we need to make a red belt from this point or so. And then whatever goes on here, I guess we'll just add to that. Okay, so where is this supposed to go? If we're output prioritizing this iron to the left, I suppose. This should now be running. Yeah, this is not full. I think we'll stick it in the steel then. That is probably not roboported. I keep missing this like a tiny bit. Let's do that. I kind of think maybe I should plop that in here then. It's gonna take him a little bit of time to get there. It's horrible. It's horrible. I must admit. Where's my mine anyway? It's over here. We are missing modules and landfill. We can do something about the landfill. How are we missing modules though? I just deconstructed a ton of drills as well. I still did not put circuit conditions on. $89 biters on the ground. Yeah, that's what's supposed to happen. Okay, my mine is all the way out here. And it's over here and we need to go up here. So up to here and then go up or something. I guess we'll go up in this roboport range then. We can go on the edge. It doesn't need to be a fast belt actually. I don't think it does need to be a fast belt. A little bit wasteful, I suppose, but well, those are still there for a reason actually. Still further. Okay. More iron. We're missing only 15 modules, so that's not too many. We might need some more anyway. I think we'll order the bots to fill these machines once more. Remote hand feeding. We'll also make some more speed modules. I think mostly efficiency though. We also need efficiency maybe for spiders. Right? Not too bad. Okay, that was another underground attack. Somehow I missed that. There's more landfill for us at a huge cost of losing a ton of turrets. Yeah, we still have underground attacks coming in. There's still revenge. They're still avenging the nuclear strike from like half an hour ago. Man, they have a long mind. It's already half an hour ago since I nuked the biters and they're still angry. For some reason. Ah yeah, I could do that remotely as well. Or with the logistics group, but honestly I did not foresee that I was going to ever change that. So that's why I never did that. Let's place a wall. Ooh, I forgot that. So we need even more landfill. Okay, here's good. Did I do it over here? It looks like over here I did do it. That wall can get placed already. Now we're just waiting for the last 1200 landfill. Okay, how is my iron belt coming along? It's indeed less than a yellow belt, obviously. And it will... It's not the iron belt, that is the tank belt. Iron belt is coming along nicely. Follow it up, follow it up. That's gonna go in there. Do we... There is no need to input priority, it seems. But we'll do it anyway. We might actually want to... Now that we're here... We might want to join forces here. And merge those two belts together before sending them in. That sounds like the best idea. Alright, so now that is really the maximum amount of iron we can mine. I think we have configured our base so that every single last iron mining drill which can mine iron is mining iron at this point. So hopefully that'll lead to increased production for our artillery stuff. Let's go check out on how the artillery is doing anyway. The landfill is coming along nicely too. We have been standing there all stream so far. Just check the usual suspects. Oh, one whole piece of landfill. Okay, worth it. A normal amount of stuff is getting destroyed. We are not getting all of the chips we want in here just yet. So that should give the bots access to the modules, and it does look like, yeah, we do need another power plant before we go out. Actually, accumulators are running out every now and then. I want to change my accumulators. Basically, I want to make a steam-powered accumulator now that we've got nuclear power. So basically I want to copy this design and just add more steam turbines on top of it, I suppose. And maybe some tanks. Is that a goal which we should be doing right now? We should check artillery first. Okay, the intensity of attacks there does seem lower now. Just get back up here. We're still losing a lot of things though. I'm still attributing that to revenge attacks from the nuking. This is gonna be a close game, man. Who's gonna come out on top here? 1.1k landfill left to go. What the F is this? Those are those spawner spitters which multiply themselves into weaker versions when they die, I suppose. Right, let's check the... Okay, nuclear production is done. I think we've got 1960 nukes in that case. Don't want to start more. I think we should reserve the blue chips for Spidertron stuff. I think we'll make a nuclear power plant and then we'll go work on the spider stuff. Artillery shell production. We got 800 of them. 144 turrets. We need to limit the amount of turrets. Only if we have 333, we should really never lose one. You know what? I think we'll do it to the inserters instead. Alright. So that'll get us to 333 turrets, and then there will be like 2 more per assembler as a backup. And then once we start deploying these, we will just switch it to like a stack or something. We should do something similar for the assemblers here. I don't really want to... I guess we'll hook it up like this. It's not the most beautiful. So now we should have the entire logistic network on here. We need 2,000 shells to deploy, and we're probably gonna spend some. Let's say these should stop working as soon as we get like 3,000 shells or something. Right, those are limited. The recursive blueprints mod is cheating. I will hand deconstruct all the landfill, all the tens of thousands of landfill for my base. A couple tens at a time. It is a vanilla run. I think it's time for another save. Just don't really want to move from this area just yet. These should be empty by now. I am not sure. What do we need for a nuclear reactor? These are 2,000 steel. These cost 10 steel each, so that's 2500 steel. And these require 10 steel each. That's 4500 steel. These don't require steel. I think we got a chest of steel, which is then exactly enough for one reactor. We're gonna be handcrafting that again for sure. How is our radars doing? Still keeping up, somehow. I guess the gear stuff. Yeah, the gear stuff is doing things. How is ammo? 43k is the same. How is oil? Oh, oil. 7.5k. We need to, before we do anything else, let's hook up this oil source here. "12 spots it seems. Oh, that's going to be a long pipe. Thing is, if you just use copy and paste with one that already does have the modules in, now you see the green outlines where the oil spots are supposed to be. Like, if you have a pump jack in the cursor, you can see where they are. But if you just copy paste one with efficiency modules, that doesn't show up. So you actually just, that's why I'm doing it first with without the efficiency modules. It makes it a little bit easier to spot. Don't think we're gonna have a master works of pipelines here. Alright. Just use a grid for once. Okay, we still have the efficiency modules. It's gonna pump oil. Now that oil has to go into these tanks here, which is pretty far away. $989 landfill left about. Okay, let's wait. Bad timing. I suppose we'll try this. I got a blueprint now. The maximum pump length. It's not quite the maximum, of course, because that would be too good. But I think it's all maximum pipe underground lengths. Just to see if we can get all the way over there without issue. Can't even see which way it's pointing. It's pointing the correct way. Okay, that could be pasted without shift. Substation is in the way. Right. Here as well. I guess this does need to exist, so let's do this then. And now there's a transport belt somewhere and another substation. And another substation. And a transport belt. Now we're over here. That's way too far. Stop that, stop that, stop that, stop, 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 stop. Oh, we're already there. Okay. Okay, I guess that means that's gonna go in here then. We're missing the pump jacks, of course. Let's craft 7 of them. No. Right, that means those are the first 2 bulk inserters I made, I think. I wanted to create pump jacks. That means we'll upgrade these to finally be green. It's only ever so slightly too slow. Is this a problem? I don't think so. There's only one more mine active here. Two mines active. I should have deleted those modules there. I'm doing 6 things at a time again, so that means I'm doing 6 things very badly. So another underground attack is coming in. We'll see how it plays out. But I just want to. I think I'm too late to interrupt this one. I think they already surfaced. Okay, let's see if we can spot that. I think I'm too late. Yeah, they already surfaced. We lost a couple bots there. Such is life. It does get out of hand sometimes with my saves coming. Sometimes I have to remind myself that you cannot save scum in real life. Okay, somehow they survived that just fine. Just doesn't seem I have enough bots in there or something. Okay, what was I doing anyway? Instead of looking at these attacks. Landfill business is going great. Pump jacks, right, pump jacks. Go bolts go. So that'll get placed. We were putting the oil pipeline down all the way to the left side. So we were about here. Now I have to rotate that. Okay, that just got placed. That just got placed. How far do we need to go still? Yes, the oil stuff anyway, it's over here. Still further. Okay, that's probably too far. That's too far. That's fine. Let's see if it connects nicely to a point somewhere. Oh, it's even further up than I thought. Alright, so somewhere over here. This one then. Alright, that kinda says let's do this. All of these can get deleted. We do need power over here then. Technically we don't need a pump. Let's not do a pump then. Complicate things. Skip having to build a roboport there. That does look like less than 10 chunks. Just carefully. Okay, we do need some robot coverage here. I don't know if we need a pump in there, we might. We definitely need some robot coverage. Doesn't really matter where, but looks like it does. Okay, that does cover the pipe. Yeah, they just don't stop coming sometimes. Yeah, base bots don't get repair packs, it's only the tanks that do. You can use the editor on a test world to create uniform grid of oil patches and pump jacks with modules. Yeah, that's true, that's true. Right. Uh, 160 on this side, 160 on... Yeah, okay, we'll need a... That's gonna disable the entire thing. Or is it? Pipeline extent, 320 tiles out of 320. Now, that is amazing. That means if I do this, it will break. That's funny. Right. Well, I guess we're pumping it in then. I was planning to pump it in anyway. With the condition... I guess only if we have less than... Let's go with 10k oil in there. So that means this oil field will only top off the tanks if there's less than 10k in there. Which means that percentage over here, 1848. Let's add 1848% to this oil count. Hopefully it doesn't diminish too fast. Here's the B, thanks for the 31st month already. Thank you. Okay, base seems fairly stable again. So that's good. 492 pieces of landfill left before we can leave our personal prison here and go back to doing actual things. What is still to do before deploying artillery? Making a nuclear plant is one of the things. We do need a lot of gears for that. How is the iron stocks going? I refuse. We have time. We're doing remote hand feeding now. It's even worse than actual hand feeding. These are we're gonna need a lot of gears for. I can double click this actually. More than a stack fits in. It will all be nice and ready when we get back. We'll need these gears for the nuclear power plant. I have no other option but to automate things, I suppose, properly. So you cannot blame me for doing this. This is perfectly normal Factorio gameplay. This is the intended way, I'm pretty sure. Make those gears. Thousands of gears will be waiting for us when we come back. If I could hand feed the normal way, I would do it, of course. But we gotta stay here to trigger these biters into attacking. Although they don't seem to be doing it at the moment. That's the wrong side, guys. You should know that by now. That's a scary looking amount of biters again. Alright, this is good. They delete the first wall. Okay, that's a cost we are willing to accept. But they don't get to melt the entire defense. Only a couple laser turrets got destroyed there. At least one of the groups is coming the correct way now. What's going on here? Don't ask. This is just... I don't know. All my playthroughs seem to just be like strings of the weirdest Factorio mechanics connected together somehow into a coherent-ish playthrough. Kind of, sometimes. Alright. Yes, that is what we want. Let's quickly take that before this ultra dense group of biters comes in. Yeah, we cannot do automation. We are the pride owners of a one gear assembler Factorio factory. This one doesn't count because it goes into a steel chest. That's mine. But yeah, we are running out of gears now. I could even let the bots pick up those gears. Okay, we'll fill all of them once more. We'll need a lot of gears. These are mine, the bots don't get them. We have to build a nuclear plant first. And it's the steam turbines that require all the gears. I think all of them are full now. It is the steam turbines that require all those gears, and we're gonna have to build at least twice as many of those. Then we'll have a 2 gigawatt factory, I suppose. The flamethrowers are out of oil. That is very bad. Why doesn't my fluid alarm trigger? Okay, this is potentially... This could be game-endingly bad if it happens at the wrong time. So where else are flamethrowers out of? Fuel. Okay, they are getting fuel here. But there we go. Something got placed back. So the fluid alarm is not entirely waterproof, it seems. Or I guess there shouldn't be oil in the system. It looks like it sometimes can get stuck at a value which we want, and then it will be unable to pump out and unable to pump in at the same time. Maybe that's what happened. The pipe connection got broken in 2 places at the same time. Okay, well, we got oil again in the flamethrower, so that's good. Only 200 pieces of landfill left to go before we can complete the water defense. Question is... what else do we need to do? I think the rest is stuff. I mean the spiders. The spidertrons and the nuclear reactor, we're going to hand control that. It's too dangerous to automate. Okay, let's go to the other side. It's getting a bit too hot. We are losing a lot of stuff again. Let's just do a slow wall check at half speed. So we can actually see something. Okay, it does not look like we've got worm settlements on the walls just yet. Just normal attack. Alright, so that all seems fine. There is so many corpses here, I cannot even see where the landfill is supposed to be. That is most of what is missing for sure. Let's do check out (230) of the 330 turrets are complete. Out of all the expensive ingredients, oh god, out of all the expensive ingredients that we need, we are missing iron gears, of course. These still seem to be running at full speed. How is Plastics doing? Plastics is keeping up just fine. I don't think we got any steel left though. All steel is getting consumed. So that's about as fast as we can make it anyway. Let's check if all the new iron mines are mining. There comes the tank. I think the 10 bot thing was a good call. But still plenty of time to get even like this massive damage repaired. Let's check it out real quick. Okay, I spot a problem here. Okay, see what's going on. Okay, underground attack incoming. Okay, these biters are not too threatening. Yeah, plenty of time to repair even with 10 bots, and if the 10 bots get destroyed, we lose 40 repair packs instead of 25 bots and 100 repair packs. So perhaps I should even go back to 5 bots or something. I kind of wished I noticed this earlier though. That is a lot of bots which have gotten destroyed. Looks like we are again going to retreat the rails a bit. So the problem here is this worm forms an acid pool on the ground. The acid pool you cannot build on top. So the bot comes back with the rail, cannot build it, hovers on top and gets shot by the worm, which creates a new acid pool at infinite. And then you get this kind of looking pattern. Looks like there's a couple preferred directions in which the bots die. Let's not get into the stupid details like that. 55 pieces of we got the landfill. Okay, we got the landfill. Let's time to move to the main base. Landfill complete. Nuclear time. Nuclear time in terms of reactor for now. Thanks Flinks for these 13 months. What the collected landfill is for? Well, part of this base is on the water. And we need to defend on the water against a certain type of biter. You can guess which type it is, but it's not the type you think it is. Unless you already know, of course. If you just have to guess what you need a wall on the water for to defend against biters, guess underground biters would be not very high on the list, but it is indeed underground biters that we need these against. There's too much fire, I'm afraid. Let's send in half of the bots. Okay, the fire is dying out, we can take it. That is all of the landfill for sure. And we just need to wait for the bots to place it. And then we can actually do it now. The bots will be on the way. So let's complete the defenses. And hopefully we do have enough laser turrets to do this. I will find out I missed another section somewhere. Alright. So biters spawn mostly on here is the idea. And then we got some lasers in the back even if they spawn on here. And gun turrets of course. Now we just need to do that for here as well as the lasers. These are not part of my master blueprint, I suppose, but so be it. Maybe I should have built a nuclear reactor first before adding all these laser turrets. Some would say. Some would be right. Okay, we're not gonna completely stop farming landfill though, because we've got enough right now. We're gonna need more still. Pretty sure. Okay, let's first fix my spider. Put these inside, put these inside. Should take the nukes out of my rocket launcher, that is extremely dangerous. I was going with the stashes of these, it's going pretty well. Personal supplies for the spider. My inventory is such a mess that I haven't even bothered to sort it for quite a while. Let's just go through it a little bit. We don't need that anymore. I think I got that one in the blueprint library now. We still have 12 centrifuges, 6 beacons, some modules. But those modules actually can go in here, I suppose. Alright. I will switch off logistics. Throw my inventory in a chest. And we can probably start handcrafting all what we need for the next nuclear reactor. We do have periods where the accumulators drain completely, that is not great. $3.8 million. More and more miners are giving up. How is the new split working out? This is still not running. I guess we're getting enough iron from the new drills now. I guess that's fine. We can keep this as backup then. That's 200k. Let's keep this one as backup then. That seems okay. The repair packs is struggling. I think I'm okay with that for now. If we don't have enough repair packs to to give the tanks, we can also not lose them. Yeah, the landfill farming immediately dies down as if we are not standing over there. I think the water defense is complete now. All the way around. Hopefully it won't be for nothing. It is surprisingly quiet right now. Right, power time. Nuclear reactor. I need 2000 concrete. Let's grab that before. my mouse wheel has a zoom issue. I'm out of iron ore. That just lets the bots take that. We need 2k steel for my last chest of steel for hand purposes. 2000 red chips, which should be easy. And 2000 copper, I think. See if I remember the recipe. Copper should also be no problemo. That should be 4 reactors. 1, 2, 3, 4. Good. Then we need 48 of those expensive over ego boilers. 4800 copper, a full chest, and then it's 480 pipes and steel. Alright, 48 heat exchangers. Then heat pipes. This design has 204 of them. Got some. Let's make 200 then. 200 is 4000 copper again. And 2000 steel, and that is the end of my steel chest. Got 300 left. I think I just gotta slowly start filling up one again. In case I need steel again later on. So that should be 200 heat pipes. And then all that's left in this design is 96 steam turbines, which is another 4800 copper, and those 4800 gears, which we may or may not have. But I want to double that. The 4800 copper, I think this should have 4000 of the 4800 gears. That's for, they were not gonna have enough. And then the rest is pipes, I think. I don't think I can carry all of that in one go. Or can I? Why can I make 55 though? Oh, I need to make 96, right? 96. So that's 96. Then we need to do that one more time. Except this time I'm not gonna have enough gears. But as long as we spend all this copper, the ratio should be alright. I think we're gonna have to need to hand feed even more gears after this. Let's put a break between these. That should become 98 as well. Magazine count is going up as well still. Right. No. We should get rid of the iron before I handcraft the next batch. 19 left to go. And I guess we do want more gears as well for artillery turrets. So we won't stop crafting them. 8 more. Come on, game, give me the gears. There we go. That's a full nuclear reactor and then some. Let's fill this up once more. Because the artillery turrets are struggling. Everything is struggling, basically. And now we can actually go work on the design, now that all of that is handcrafting. I think the design is not going to be very revolutionary. So just copy what we have right here. And with the substations. I'll just copy this part. We'll go on our designer lake, I suppose, because there the bots cannot place stuff. And we just want twice the turbines, really. Which means... adding this. So the nuclear reactor cannot run twice the turbines, but it can store the steam for twice the turbines, which basically makes this part of the power plant function like a better accumulator, really. Power is good, actually. So it would be good if maybe we'll take it out one tile. Let's see how this connects. Just next to it. Okay, then we'll do a line at the back as well. And then we'll have a nice kinda symmetric-ish design around there. Right, so this goes. Now we'll copy this side to the bottom. Not like that, but like this. So that's gonna store the steam, which then these extra steam turbines can use in times when extra power is needed. And that should up the maximum power draw from our reactors to 2.2 gigawatts instead of 1.1 gigawatt, even though we are only adding one reactor to the two existing ones we already have. I guess we could keep the accumulator field as well. The question is, where are we going to place this? I guess close to the fuel cell production would be good. Maybe we can put it in between here. We can put it here if we get rid of the accumulator field. Does it fit? It does fit. I think we'll get rid of the accumulator field then. I don't like looking at that ugly mess. Can we just do that? Yes-ish. We might want to, you know, connect some power over there. And for the rest it should be the same. Our handcrafting is ongoing. I'm going to be missing those tanks, but we'll get to that. Yeah, let's get rid of this eyesore. And it's gone. I love the construction bot sites, man. What's the reason to not just combine the reactors into one with more neighbor bonuses for more power? The word just, really. It is just easier to modify that reactor. Nuclear fuel is basically free, especially if you need to mine the industrial levels of uranium and enrich it, like we need to do for the nuclear weapons. So I don't really care about the cost. The only cost is, I guess the cost of the reactor is there as well, but the only real cost is the fuel cell cost. This does not break up my Roboport network either, so let's get rid of it. I think we need to go build this ourselves anyway. Only 5 things are getting destroyed. I don't know what's going on. I didn't even pay attention to that for the longest time. Hardly any landfill is getting farmed when we're not there. Right. We do want to place it like symmetrically kind of under here. So that is going to be the location. Okay, that's where I should hold my cursor. Now let's make it look nice. Basically on top of the character. On his feet. It is surprisingly quiet. Right then. Finally I save for the name again. One second. I'll be right back. Well, rampant biters strike again in real life. It's kind of weird how many things are going wrong with this playthrough outside of what is happening in the game. Let's not go into further detail for now, but the weirdest stuff keeps happening. Anyway, somebody would say, we were about to build a nuclear plant. Let's not move because this is where I should build it. I don't have a blueprint, I just have the copy paste. That does look symmetric, so let's go for it. And I forgot to switch on my bots, but I guess it's okay. I have the wrong armor still. So that was quite horrible. We're gonna just reload that. What the heck? I can paste the blueprint. I played this game before. Do I have the armor with the bots? I don't. Switch armor. There we go. Armor with the bots. I have the bots. And it should fit like this. We'll wait for the bots to place the pipes and stuff. There we go. And now we'll see what we're missing on this frontier. 94 reactors are being handcrafted. Still messing up the bot shot, alright. 27 tanks, 2 chests. I did put my inventory in a chest somewhere, didn't I? So we'll have to go and take that. That's fine. Je rent into biters in real life as well. Be careful those ants don't grow into behemoths, man. That would be not very good. How are my laser turret stocks too? Okay, I still have laser turret stocks. 1k though, that's not great. There goes the oil again. We are losing 200 things at a time. Oh boy. Let's check. Were they already here? Or no, it doesn't seem so. So we got a new settlement happening right now. That is what we are hoping to prevent with artillery, by the way. That as soon as this happens, it's a juggernaut worm as well, with its 99% physical and explosion resistance of 92%. This is not going to be easy to take out with biters, with the artillery. It will be possible though. So yeah, this is probably in range of the turrets. Even. You can see the massive amount of damage those poison clouds do. Oh yeah. This is not a safe scum now, we're just looking. I just like to enjoy what's happening. So we gotta interrupt this fast because they are making more of them. That goes wrong very fast. Alright, so I got either nukes or rockets to deal with that. I think yeah, it's happening over there. I think we'll try the normal rockets. It uses a lot of rockets. But I think we got them, and the rest of the group is was getting pummeled. This guy also has the same explosion resistance. That triggers massive revenge attacks, so unfortunately I just need to take a hike again. We got... I think that's alright. Let's take out those rails. And just quickly check if nowhere else there's a massive red blob of X's blinking on the map. It does seem like we got through it. Let's replace the blueprint of the wall in case some crucial parts went missing. Here comes the tank repairing everything, and after 15 more seconds it will be like nothing ever happened here. Except for the giant line of fire and corpses outside of the wall, I suppose. They do like to settle those resources and put extra stuff on there, which is probably why that keeps happening. I'm not sure where these guys are going. It's like stacks of biters. Yeah, dragon teeth designs don't work on Rampant, by the way. Biters are more like a liquid. They just squeeze through everything. Alright. Stuff getting destroyed back to kinda normal levels. We got another situation over there. I think we are getting the entire settlement wave now. Let's use the planner. Shift is not working. Weird. Okay. Well, that defeats the point of using it, because now we're here. Okay, there's a worm and a base this time. It is a little bit dangerous. The spider is very breakable. And the worm is still not gone. And it's gonna heal a ton. Probably should just use a nuke. Yeah, okay, we're gonna use a nuke. Is a coin more valuable than a nuke at this point? No. Coin. Coin it is. I switched off my legs. Well, I guess we can squeeze through the wall. The thing is, I kind of think there's probably more settlements going on. Yeah, like over here. So looks like we might be interrupting our locally scheduled irregularities for irregular irregularities or something like that. Standing too close by. That does blow up my rails. Hey, another coin. Yeah, we got our coin back. We'll walk around in the spider. Yeah, there's plenty of those new settlements about. Keep walking that way while we scout the walls. Does not seem to be in this area so far. This is fine as well, I think. We might just want to go back here to those laser biters. Maybe here first. That also looks way too close. It's a little bit iffy. Yeah, I don't want to get Okay, that was too close even for the walls. That is how I have been shooting my own walls. Got 5 minutes of infinite nukes, but those coins are basically infinite as well. Here is another settlement with a dangerous worm that is burning down my stuff. It's good we consumed this for the nuke. Probably should have just done that from the get-go. Yeah, every so often one of those settlement waves happens and then it's just mayhem for a while. Yeah, I found the spider just in time. Okay, now we just have to wait and see if that is all, or if new settlements keep on happening. Guess while we do a little bit of base cleanup at the same time. I do remember there are some rails here somewhere. Some ghosts. Left over from a previous era when we actually owned this land. But no longer. It belongs to the nuclear biters now. Yeah, we do get revenge attacks again. At least on the positive side, we have finished handcrafting all of these. This should activate automatically as soon as one of these things has a fuel cell in hand. So let's go borrow one from a neighboring nuclear reactor. We don't have the accumulators anymore actually at this moment. That's not great. We only should have to do this once, and then the reactor will start heating up. like that. And now every time the fuel cell empties out and the temperature is too low, it will take the fuel cell, it will heat the fuel cell in the hand, a new fuel cell shall be inserted. After me just rambling on about how I didn't care about the cost, I seem to care a suspicious amount about the costs. Let's take the nukes out of the launcher again. I'll just request 400 rockets to this guy as well. For now. Also grab repair packs. Ah no wait, I don't need them. My stuff is in a chest here. I forgot we were still doing the post-nuclear reactor build, handcrafting. Here's my chest. My chest is... I built this base. It's over here. Alright, so we got a stack of repair packs. I don't want to spend the gears right now. Let's take the rest of them out and we'll feed that to the bots again. Yeah, they're probably struggling for gears, and since we don't really need that many gears at this moment, we can probably just use them to finish crafting up whatever needs to be crafted. Mainly artillery turrets, I imagine. Although... yeah, we do need them. Here comes the gears. 263, we need 70 more. And we've got enough shells to fill the entire thing. We need 1,666 or something like that. With 5 shells per turret. So maybe we want to start deploying that. But before we do... did I actually... yeah, that... okay, we're missing the passive provider chests for the spent fuel cells. That is good. Nothing happening there. We should connect water. And the 27 steam tanks were missing. That means more iron. Check the water spendage. 600 and... okay, well, about at half capacity, slightly over. So that's alright. I guess water is just gonna come from somewhere over here. I do remember it has to be a little bit longer. So it can stretch to the other side here. So that could be the water. And that's misaligned, okay. I guess it goes a little bit further then. I will use undergrounds then to connect it. It's too far. It still gets water in the boilers. The boilers are not up to temperature just yet, but they're about to be. Actually, the reactors are up to temperature. Alright, steam is everywhere, so that means we now should reach 2.2 gigawatts already. Not quite yet, no, there first needs to be enough steam in all these generators, I suppose. which will take a while because only the center boilers are up to temperature at the moment. It should be going up though. 1.5, 1.4, that is up. 1.5 to 1.4 is up. Come on, you can do it. 1.6, yeah, there we go. It should end at 2.2. And all of these tanks will fill up nicely with steam after all of these things fill up entirely with steam, which is not yet the case. And that will be our new accumulator. 2.2 gigawatts should be enough to activate all of the lasers when we are doing the combat stuff. So that leaves only one thing left to do before we can deploy artillery. And the World Peace Program. I think the World Peace Program actually will happen next stream. Probably next Sunday then. The World Peace Program, of course, being to deliver free infinite nukes to the biters. In exploded form. For their convenience, obviously. We're gonna want landfill as well to take. I want to have all my spiders ready, basically. Let's get rid of this. We'll keep the rockets for now. I need a team of spiders. Ideally. Spider army time. Storage tanks, no, we are not crafting those automatically. This is not a normal person playthrough. We don't have them all, still don't really. This does not really count. This is for automation, the rocket launches. I guess we did automate a little bit for the spiders. So that is good. We're gonna want more stuff though. I think first of all we need to make a list of what we need. So spider, first of all, the Spider Overlord, of course, hasn't received his official name yet. Spider-Ben shall not take part in the very risky business of the nuclear Spider-Tron walking around, where we are just as likely to blow ourselves up than that we are to die at the hands of the biters. I do see new settlements, but there are no worms. And here's another one. That one is a little bit alarming. We'll have to interrupt that. Let's go out there. Those are gonna form a giant nest with tons of unbreakable worms if we just let them be. I think these guys are also settling the copper again, so that might create more worms on there. These guys are settling a nest with nuclear biters like right on my wall. It's also less than ideal. My base has become a little bit too large to oversee. So one worm is already spawned. Means this has got to go again. I guess if it's only one worm we can take it out. Let's hope those electric biters do react to damage. Should have done this on the way. Come on, there's the trunk. Give me the rockets. That should at least get rid of all those biters, which were doing the expanding. Right, 2 worms. Probably I should just use nukes. Yeah, stop worrying about that. Queen, get out of there, change armor, nukes, and go. And it's gone. Let's go over, there were more spots. I don't want to over-nuke this time though. There was one spot over here and one spot all the way back there. I'm not sure these are still expanding. They might still be expanding as well. The siege mechanic is probably the most annoying quote-unquote feature of Rampant, so to say. Yeah, we're gonna give them, we have nuclear fission plants, we're gonna give them nuclear fusion. I think we'll just do the same strategy of hop in, hop out. I guess they will resettle the copper every time anyway though. That was a bit risky. It got rid of him though. I do not like those nuclear biters that close by. It's very dangerous to leave the spider out there on its own. Okay, can we go back to the base to do spider business? I think I'll pay this a visit as well. Yeah, they're still expanding. The worms are there. Try to get the repair tank bots out of there. It's targeting my turrets. Fortunately, it's not a very strong worm type, this one. Save the laser turrets. Alright. Paste back the wall. That should be good. Okay, let's spend a nuke there. That was not supposed to happen, but we'll accept it. Alright, the spider now has that request as well. I guess we are using these rockets, so... Where are you taking those? Let's switch it off. Give that back to me. Alright. 22 things are getting destroyed. That is a sign probably that we're good in terms of worms for now. Alright, let's resave. Spider army time. Alright. 311 turrets have been produced. What time is it? Right. I think we'll just start deploying the artillery network first before we go into the spider stuff. We might not have time to do the spider stuff today, but I do want to get the artillery network up. So let's get the artillery network up then. It will take a little bit of time to construct, during which we maybe can do the spider thing, but I think we first need to do the artillery. I want to let the artillery rip once today. Okay, so first we take the spacer, which has the roboport in the front. That has to line up with that roboport right there. Okay, that's the corner. These are located the wrong way, but sure. Let's put the corner in there. The corner has some extra on the corner because the corner is a little bit weak. Again, it's a circular range, so the corner, if the radius is bigger, it's going to be out here and then come in. So corners are going to be a little bit better protected. None of these have auto-targeting on. We cannot set target priorities, we cannot exclude targets, we cannot control this in any one way, but automatically or not automatically, at least that's something. These requester chests should be requesting 3 shells per turret, and then these inserters should be inserting 2 shells into here. So that's 5 shells per turret. So now that we got the spacing, we'll do that as well on other walls. Let's get the spacer and the straight in the corner. Then I got a massive one. I already know how I'm gonna build it, and I can switch it on with one blueprint at the end of it, so we get a nice spectacle. That was the idea behind preparing that. That's also here. We have a little bit of an issue here. Corner. I think we can do that. And let's just let we'll get a underground well there. We'll do the full corner. So that is one. The next corner is on the lake, I suppose. Over here. With the corner. And then the final corner, here's the turrets. The final corner is officially here. But this is a weird contraption out there. So I think we're not going to have an actual corner there. We're going to put it a bit further out. I think it was supposed to be like that. Let me check. Yeah, it's supposed to be like that. Okay. So the blueprint will work. That allows me to also snipe a little bit more biters on this edge over here because of this weird outcrop that is in the way. Right? And then we just got to put the requester chests down. We're probably going to be missing a lot of requester chests and roboports and whatnot. So let's just start crafting them. You can even set them to I don't want them at all. So they go automatically in the trash slot. And then it's just a matter of putting the chests in there. Does look like it's not connected to power yet. It's a little bit of an issue. This base, of course, was not designed to do this. Why are my turrets facing the wrong way, though? That's weird. I think it's supposed to be like this, really. I think I just these are all at the wrong location. So there's 2 other corners here as well. We just needed that for the corners. We got the corners now. So now we can copy that with the requester chests, I suppose. There's no roboport on there. We don't have roboport coverage everywhere. But that should connect it at least. I think all those laser turrets in here are obsolete anyway. And now we just have to paste that and connect that throughout the entire base somehow. I'm sure that's not going to be an issue. Nothing is going to be in the way whatsoever. Like this over here is not in the way. I just force it. This is not in the way. Apparently that can just go around, so why not? Alright, we'll just keep pasting the blueprint all the way till we get into trouble. To automatically expand the roboport network with it. Okay, this one is in the way. I guess we'll reroute that. We can actually just deconstruct it with the iron ore on top. That will be good for the concrete. That's not... Yeah, that just goes in there. I think. No, it goes in there. Alright. Sure. I think this is all obsolete as well, actually. We will replace that roboport. I did. This is gonna stay. We're gonna miss one turret there, that's fine. Oh, we got the oil tanks here. Oil goes in there. 20k. Don't think that should lose oil if we do it carefully like that. Connections are here as well. 2 million. 2 million, alright, so it doesn't lose oil if we do it one at a time. Keep going on. Another underground belt. Sure. It's quite a large base. Over the reactor. Okay, it's good that reactor. I didn't build it in the way. Here, I think we'll forego putting the second turret as well. Just a tree, a lot of landfill. Okay, we're getting to the left side of the base now. Over the coal patch. It's fine, I suppose. I think we're gonna need more landfill just to place all the artillery. This part doesn't have roboport coverage at all. It's gonna take a while. Maybe we can speed it up slightly. That should connect, I think. It's probably going to be the same speed, isn't it? At least we can deconstruct all the laser turrets after this. 7 things are getting destroyed, that's what you like to see. We are missing 80 chests. Let's keep crafting them. We're gonna be missing more than 80 chests for sure. At least some of the steel stonks are getting in again. That's all of that, I think. So now we're on to the southern leg. Yeah, I think we can do without a roboport there. Or double the roboport, that will do as well. Cliff explosives, sure. Also gonna accept a single turret there. That should connect as well. That's gonna connect to the new roboport as well. Hopefully Ben the Fish doesn't get landfilled over. Okay, we're missing still chests, not landfill though. But not everything is in roboport range. Kinda don't want to break that roboport line. Okay, not too far. That cliff is not in the way. And then we got some more water chunks. Means we can access this landfill, I suppose. And now we are missing roboports as well. Because roboports require gears, and gears we don't have again. So let's use this to craft more. With the turrets being deployed, we want to switch these off, I suppose. If there's more than 10 in the chests. I'm not really sure what to do with this. Let's just keep it at about 10. It's going to give me about 20, I suppose. The artillery shells are getting distributed. Some of these chests are actually pretty full. I think I want to get some buffer chests involved. Do the things at the walls request from buffer chests? Did I set that or no? That's a good question. Yes, okay, I did. So I can do that. That way, once we are low on artillery shells, at least all of the assemblers will be crafting, because these are going to be moved to the buffer chest. So if you have less than 12 chests of shells, all of them have the ability to craft. I think we want less shells in reserve as well. Maybe 2k? Maybe 1k even. In that case we should wait a little bit until everything has gotten placed. Still not missing landfill. but missing the roboports is pretty bad at the moment. So let's just do that. And we'll handcraft some more as well. 21 robots are missing. In that case, we'll steal some more steel and red chips manually, so we can just craft the missing ones. Directly. And we can do the same logistics tricks to just yeet all the roboports from my inventory. There we go. I have a power up. Hopefully that did not break my crystal. This crystal gives you like a healing power up if you walk through it. Thought it was on fire for a moment. But it has a chance to break when it gives you this healing buff. Okay, now it's out of steel. I guess we also give it steel. Alright, now we are starting to miss other things. Still not landfill though. So we definitely want to continue to farm that. Tiny spot here. Don't know if it's really worth it to go for that every time. This corner does a lot every time. That's why we get rid of the fish, they're in the way. Okay, bad idea. Oh, we got that guy there. I thought we nuked those guys. We still should be able to get the landfill now. They survived it. Alright. Here's for the turrets. I think most of the connections are getting made now. Maybe we can manually get in there a bit. That's all my steel. Oh, there is steel in here. Okay, that's good. Why are these guys not getting steel then? We got substations, so let's go to the weakest point. Probably should just let it complete with the bots. I'll just let it complete with the bots. Okay, now we can set it to 1k. That means we'll have about 2k at the walls, 1k in reserve, 3,500 shells, which hopefully is good. None of them should be firing yet, although there's definitely stuff within range. And our manual range actually is pretty large, but we're not going to be using it. Artillery is not a viable option for offense. What the? Okay, we can reach the nest. That is a... What the heck is that? It settled on my rail as well. We get a lot of settlements on the walls now. It is really about time that this ends. I think we are gonna do it. Let's go there to speed things up. This is getting broad now. As soon as these two robots are there. We're missing robots. I think the fastest way for me to speed this up is to make sure the robots are available. Really. But this, the inserter is just not fast enough. Alright, maybe that should be a bulk inserter then. But whatever. We'll do that. We are still missing most of the chests. Should have not changed that. Okay, we're probably going to be needing some more. Port construction seems to be in order. We are not missing landfill. We got 200 in stock, that's not much. We got some casualties there. This has just settled back up right until the wall. Sorry for the excessive scrolling, but it is way too close again. There's nuclear biter, so I don't want to deconstruct the rails there, unless we absolutely need to. But it is the highest time to switch on the artillery turrets, as only it was done already. I think everything is on the way. Except this one. I think we can accept that that one is not placed. But I do want the corners placed. Okay, so now we're getting the shells delivered. It's not in the logistics. Okay, this robot needs to be placed. There we go. Now we are getting the shells delivered. And once that's done, I think we can start the carnage. Something weird happening with inactive biters on this chunk line over here. Probably I'm standing in a specific-ish location or something. This is why we don't want to deconstruct the rails. Here comes the nuclear biters. And that was the nuclear biters. 3 landmines. They should call them landmine biters. Okay, yeah, this is now getting in the eternal loop. Let's get rid of that. All right. So we've got shells. Here comes the artillery shells. Nice, nice, nice. That's going to insert them in the turrets though. Oh, we're getting a lot of destroyed stuff. That means we're just gonna get another load of shells, but that's fine. Alright, so today we're going to do it how we are not going to do it in the real game. In the real game, I'm going to be going out myself first to nuke everything. Out, so nothing is in range of the artillery turrets, because it's going to be too expensive to take everything out with artillery turrets. And you'll see what I mean when we are going to be looking at this nest over here. But for now, I think let's have some fun. We didn't get to the spiders, unfortunately, but we are gonna get to RT time. So, with everything locked and loaded, let's see if this blueprint actually works. This should switch all 333 artillery turrets from off to on. Let's get rid of the visual clutter as much as we can. Guess we'll keep the turret range. No, not the bolts. Yeah, turret range, so we can see the range of the... we're only just grazing the corner where we get the actual turret range. That doesn't do anything. Unfortunately, the corners are underwater, so we're actually targeting until here, whereas on the flat land we are targeting until this far away from the walls. So again, this is out of range, which is good, but these guys are in range. This nest is in range as well. These require hundreds of shells per nest to take out. Let's see what happens if we switch it on. Let's first put the wall back. I guess. Here goes nothing. Don't know where to look. Let's look on this area. There's definitely gonna be... There we go. Everything firing at the same time. Nice, nice, nice. Only 2 shells though. That was very anticlimactic. These are shooting on this side. Yeah, at least these guys are dying to the artillery shells. With like 2 hits or so. And now the logistics bots have to deliver a whole new stack of artillery shells to all the turrets, I suppose. We're gonna get a lot of revenge attacks from this. Here we got another juggernaut biter nest. Look at this worm. It's taking like, they take like 70 damage per shell or something. At 2000 hit points. The nests do the same at 7500 hit points. That's over 100 shells. And they heal very fast. This is why artillery is not viable. Or for offensive reasons. I did some rough calculations and I would need like a similar amount of ore as in the 1000 times science cost playthrough if I wanted to take out the field with artillery. Which then means I need to claim such a large territory to claim all of that iron and resources. That I would need even more resources for more artillery shells because of all the biters I would be generating. So this is just not working on juggernaut biters. But it is kind of fun to look at, how the walls are getting cleared. Yeah, those nests, they are just immune. If you look at the stats of these guys, let's just look at this one nest which is actually getting targeted then. It is possible to take him down. Down to 2000 hit points. But it has basically... an artillery shell is 1k physical damage plus 1k explosion damage. So 2 different damage types in one weapon. Not upgradable in vanilla, only in Space Age. So we cannot upgrade the damage above those 2k divided in 1k physical, well, guess what? With 99.99% damage resistance, 1000 damage becomes 0.1 damage, so it's basically zero. That's why I say it can be 99.99% resistance. It's 100%. It's basically 100% resistance. From a 1000 damage artillery shell, they take 0.1 physical damage, so zero. The saving grace is explosion damage, 93%. First a 15 flat reduction and then 93%. Which basically... did I break an acid pipe? Oh god. I did. Alright, that's something to fix. I didn't see that. But yeah, look at the healing rate. It's like, what, 10 hit points per second? If not more. So they heal 1 artillery shell per 7 seconds or something. So the 93% resistance takes the 1000 damage down to 70. And that's basically all the damage we do. It's slightly less than 70. But we can count it like 70. So that just doesn't work against Juggernaut Biters. So what we're going to be doing in the real game, let's just do that actually. We are going to be consuming another one of those fancy coins. Are we ready for this? I don't know, but we'll do it anyway. I got the running armor on. I'm just gonna... Unfortunately, even my landfill farm has to feel the effects. Just clear everything like a chunk away, so there's no bases. In artillery range when we started up, and then only the expansions we need to actually take out, which hopefully means not too many of those juggernauts will be spawning inside of our range. Also, these guys are pretty resistant. Hey, thanks BPC 610 for the $5. Thanks a lot. Without message. So I cannot really quote something. Hi. There goes my shield. This is the reason why I carry fish, by the way. That is a very potent poison, and it would kill me if I didn't have a stack of trusted fish on me. Until that effect wears off, and it stays on for quite a while, my shield does not regenerate because it's constantly getting drained. This is going to cause so many revenge attacks. That's alright. We're ready now. Already getting underground attacks. I'll blow up my own walls for this one, I suppose. Or at least my rails. Right, and with one nuke this entire nest will be out of existence. That's only because of the damage bonus from the coin, by the way. The spiders will have a lot worse time. Trying to clear the juggernauts with nukes. We get like I think like 4000 bonus damage or something like that. I guess that one, I don't know if that one's in range actually. Here we got some weird range stuff going on. I'm slowed. Here comes the nuclear biters. Nuking in the night. Okay, this is a bit of a dangerous place here. Alright. Almost all the way around. These are all out of range, but this is a dangerous type. They take a lot of artillery shells to... I mean, they are not very dangerous. They take a lot of artillery shells to take out. These nuclear biters will one-shot me. Shields or no shields. Let's be at least a little bit cautious. Find a good moment to cross. I wanted to waste pasting the wall blueprint, but it doesn't look like we got a choice. Underground biters coming in. Why am I skipping these guys? We need to give equal treatment to biters of all colors. And equal treatment they shall get. That is too dangerous for me. I'll be out of here. Thank you very much. There's too many nuclear biters here for my liking. They are definitely the most threatening biter. For me personally. The sapper worms are also pretty insta-killy, if you're not careful. With their hit scan attack. You just walk into a nest and they just zap you to death before you even know what's going on. I hope I got enough with one set of nukes. This is what we're gonna be doing most of next Sunday, by the way. So get ready for this appetizer, I suppose. And unfortunately, I ran out of nukes. Probably shouldn't be spending any real ones. Oh yeah, I ran out of coin as well. So you saw how little damage they did, right, to these nests, because I don't have the... coin active. If I have the coin active, all those bases just die in a single hit, even if they're far away. So the bonus damage does a lot. Okay, we get underground attacks coming in. There are no real expensive biter types out there. I think it is time to switch on the artillery. There should be... let's just check out what's going on real quick. There's a bunch of underground attacks coming in. Which materialize in my turret still. Taking out a good chunk of whatever. So now there should be nothing in range, which means if I switch on my artillery, we do see shells flying over here. Okay, that's bad. Because these guys... okay, they take more damage. It's alright. They take 33% physical damage. So it takes a lot of shells, but at least they take like a couple hundred damage per shell instead of, 70. So that is good. I think that's all though. And on this side there will be a couple. That is now, from this point on, going to hopefully fully eliminate that worm on the wall problem. Because as soon as they settle across this line over here, which is very vaguely visible. Yeah, this is the line basically. This got zapped and this doesn't get zapped. So no worms will be able to settle in range anymore. Except for the juggernauts, but hopefully we'll have enough oomph to kill them. If we really need to, we can use the manual range. And with the manual range and spam clicking, I think we can even defeat these juggernaut worms. Because now there's a lot of a lot of turrets in range. Yeah, we can overcome that. So that's good. The nests are not really a problem, so... If a nest settles though, that is going to be expensive. It's 100 artillery shells and we don't really have a way to stop that from firing. Unless we notice in time, which we won't because we will be busy nuking the entire top left corner of the map next time. Alright. So this side is getting eliminated automatically. And the rest is just... us to wait. I think maybe I do want to, before we switch it on, I just consumed the coin. We might as well spend it. That's the biters materializing in my walls. Don't worry about it, it's normal. They do it all the time, unfortunately. Up there. Okay, let's not risk the spider, we'll leave it there. We got the stuff. We need to clear this area anyway. So we might as well start now. I don't know if we can get to that far side there though. I guess we can. Why is that alarm not switching off? Okay, the tank is filling again, so I think we are good. Okay, underground attacks are already striking. Didn't really get to catch them on camera in the weaker parts of the walls, which we strengthened today a little bit. But that is why we did that, the extra turrets and whatnot. So that is good to see. Starting out with over 50k magazines. Thank you, Spider, for the ride. We're supposed to go over here. Let's take away laser turrets from back here. I already should have done that a while ago. We now have a full wall before the biters could get there with the underground attacks, and they did in fact get there with the underground attacks. But in fact, now we don't need those anymore. And they can be redeployed in areas where they will be needed because of all the revenge attacks next time. Okay, I am almost there now. That's good to see. Man, it takes a while to walk across this base. Yeah, the alarm goes off even if something is destroyed normally. If it takes a while to replace the pipe or the flamethrower. So if it's going off, it should go. If it's going on, it should get. It should switch off again after like half a minute. Can I just nuke them from here? Do I have landfill? I don't. Let's nuke the water. I might not have the range. I do not have the range. But I have infinite nukes, so I can afford. I am this desperate. Oh no, the purple circle is like half a minute. Alright, and we're out. Spend the last one as well. That doesn't do any damage, man. If I don't have the coin, it does hardly any damage. That is worrisome. Okay, I need to get out of here. Cannot. Forgot I cannot walk across the water like my spider can. Yeah, let's get out. Because of the revenge attacks, this is the weakest area of the base, I think. So we'll get back to the middle. Probably should get back to the landfill farm, really. To start farming landfill again. Okay, that focuses some attacks away from this area, hopefully. And we'll switch on artillery now. Save yet again. That is now only gonna fire in this area, I suppose. It's a little bit annoying, but I guess we'll survive the artillery shell cost. It does do damage, right? We can speed it up a little bit. Ah, those are not in range. Still OP against artillery, but not as OP as the juggernauts. Ah, these are already out of range as well. Okay, so I didn't need to destroy these. We did so anyway. We are standing where we started at the end over here. Another underground attack making its way to the base. There's probably going to be a lot of those. There might be ones coming from this direction as well. We should be good. Let's see. We consumed 75 shells after producing 2.5k. So we cleared everything with nukes, so the artillery didn't have to do the work. That was the plan. And now the artillery will be able to do the work whenever new bases settle in the forbidden territory. And it will go automatically, so no more worms, no more keeping up, no more manually controlling spiders trying to stop my base from imploding, no more excessive losses due to not seeing that worms are like destroying 10 laser turrets per second or whatever. We can, in the next stream, we'll go on and start the World Peace Program, which involves first walking out to the map limit, which is this inner circle. We might not go all the way. We can clear all of this with infinite nukes. And then we'll use the spiders to just explore new terrain without generating extra terrain in the background. And the spiders will then clear out the rest of the terrain until we see that the chunks are not generated, which we can see. Let me just save the game here. That might be the end of stream save. Although I might go back to the pre-arty stage because it was fun. If we, by command, reveal the entire map, this is what is currently generated. So all these bases exist already and have been transformed into rampant factions. But if we were now to go to the edge of the map with the editor, you can see that these briefly are normal biter bases before they get their makeover. So that way we can know that these chunks are in fact not generated. And they are generated on the spot by the spiders, and then we can stop exploring into the void. Look at these nice vanilla biters. Oh, they're gone. Yeah, juggernaut biters, why not? There are some map limits, like this area is very important. There's going to be a water bridge, which prevents the biters from settling that area back again. Because if we If we look over here, let's just go there. Can we see it? Kind of. Kind of. Oh, I think this will do the trick. Right, so terrain is going to be generated about like this, with a water gap here, and this terrain not existing. And this water connects all the way through this Strait of Hormuz, so to say, back to the base, where my wall is. So that means biters which live here will not be able to go settle back into this area once we clear it, as long as we don't connect this land bridge over here. We need to be very careful of that, because that will negate the plan. These chunks don't have entities just yet, so they don't have biter bases or trees or even fish. We don't have fish in there, but it does count like land, which the biters can traverse into and over towards the other side. So we need to be very careful to not make this situation happen. If we succeed, that will give us access to the rest of the resources we need to clear out the rest of the map, I imagine. That is the plan. The question is, can we clear so much land of biters? I mean, it is so much more land than what we have in our base right now, and a lot of this was not claimed with nukes. It's only this part, it's only this square over here really which we claimed with nukes, and now we gotta basically clear out everything. I did forget to fix the acid pipe. Let's do it real quick before we finish up, because I'm going to forget about that. I guess I accidentally placed something on top of there. This is just not robo-ported up for some reason. So let's do that. There's acid in here. Don't really see where it broke. There's not a lot of acid in there for sure. 9.8. Ah, okay, this one. Okay, that is pretty obvious now. Alright, that will do it. I'm pretty sure. We'll resave. And now that we are here anyway, let's do that as well. The uranium mines are going again, but that's good. We did lose a fair chunk of production, I suppose, from that. Almost 1 hour. I think it's alright. We won't really feel it. 2.2 gigawatts now with the new nuclear reactor. I think we will save here. For the final time. I think that's going to be it for today then. We did what we set out to do. We got the new... That also connects the robots and gives them a lot of extra places to charge. That's nice. We got artillery defense. Funny, I think it's the first time I'm using artillery in a defensive way. It's normally not needed at all. In Factoria 1.1, Spidertrons with explosive rockets were godly OP. Especially since the spiders were immune. Alright, so let's do test the enemy settles like some worms. And what in here? That should disappear. Alright, that is how it's supposed to work. Anytime the biters now settle, they're gonna settle this copper for sure, with some laser biters. You might want to sneak some worms in there, but to no avail. It's gonna automatically get zapped. That is my style of automation. This is the way I automate Factorio. F malls, F manufacturing hubs, who needs them? We automate clearing biters at the walls. That is what we really need, especially in Rampant. Right. I'm gonna call that a success for today. Don't miss it next week. I think next week is going to be the beginning of the World Peace Program. We're gonna be spending our coins, we're gonna be infinite nuking, we're gonna rack up this counter, man. But today it went from like 2.6 to 2.86 million, 250, like a 250,000 biters. Got unexistent. How do you call that these days? They got unexisted this episode. That number is going to go bananas in the next one for sure. And who knows, we might be several streams away from the end of this playthrough. I hope we are. It's been a grind, man. Holy moly. And this is not like a low intensity grind. It takes something out of you, this Rampant, that's for sure. Not too many things going on in terms of revenge attacks though, which is kind of weird. I was kind of hoping to end with a nice stream of attacks again, but even the music is calm and mellow. Beyond Factory Outskirts, one of the classics of Factorio 1.1. Anyway, that's all I have for you today. Thanks for watching. Don't miss it next week. Big bada booms are gonna happen. It's gonna be very exciting or very boring, depending how you look at it. It's gonna be much of the same, but it's gonna be much of the fun same. Here comes the biters. Enjoy the outro, and I'll see you all next time.